Hello, can you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, should we start now?
Now track 2 at GUADEC, this year's GUADEC start, and the first speaker is Juan Pablo Ugarte that will talk about the Cambalash UI maker.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me here at track 2. Also, welcome to GUADEC. I hope you enjoyed all the talks today. So what I'm going to talk today about, it's a new application I'm developing that is going to be used to create a UI for GTK4. And in this talk, I'm going to try not to be too technical. I always tend to do too technical talks, but today I'm going to talk about the motivations why I started a new application instead of trying to port Glade to GTK4. So let's start. So why do we need a new designer? That's a good question. Why don't we use just Glade? So there are a few issues with Glade. One of them is that the code base is really old, which is something not of a problem of itself, but it comes along with a lot of baggage. So in this talk, I'm going to put a little bit of context of why that is the case. But the main problem with Glade is that it uses the actual GTK widgets, the actual objects, as its data model. So every time you are editing, creating an application in Glade, when you create a window, you are actually instantiating a window and setting the properties on the window, which I'm pretty sure it was a good idea because it has its advantages to use that. But obviously the devil is on the details. And one of the big issues with GTK4 is that there's no more GTK container, so there's no easy way to walk the hierarchy of the widgets. So if you depend on the widgets at the data model, then there is no easy way to get the list of widgets. So that's an issue. And besides, the code in Glade uses GTK container API all over the place. So it will be really, really hard to get rid of that API without doing some really crazy hack. So what are the pros of using the runtime option? Obviously, you don't have to create or maintain the data model. And the cons are basically that you have to deal with every widget logic. So every detail, every corner case, you have to deal with it. So for example, I'm pretty sure the construct only properties weren't a thing when Glade was designed in 2000, 2001. But this is a kind of property where it can only be set when you construct an object. So which makes sense on when you on runtime, but on Glade, when you still need to change the property, you have to recreate the object each time the property changes. You have to keep the list of all the children's and packing properties, and things get complicated quite easily. So this question, is the design of Glade a bad design? No and yes, and it all depends. So we have to put things in context. So I grabbed this timeline I used in my first GUADEC talk, where you can see when the first glade for GTK was released in '98, and GTK. So first was in '98 glade 1, then in '99 James Henstridge created libglade, so you could load the widget at runtime from XML directly instead of converting the project to source code. Then in 2001, Kim Macelorio started Glade 3 from scratch, and GTK2 was released the year after. So this explains a lot of the decision. Probably when Chima designed Glade, GObject didn't even existed. So I think in that time it made sense to use the runtime object. But if we fast forward, Glade 3 been through a few ports to GTK2 first, and then to GTK3. So it comes with a lot of baggage. So this comes to Cambalache. Cambalache means it's a word used here in Southern America for bazaar or junk shop. It's where all things are sold. So it's basically the window where a lot of things are, from old and new things, are sold. And that's why it always reminds me of what I'm doing. I'm packing everything from old ideas I had and new widgets and new libraries like GTK4 in a window. So it looks like a cambalache. And it's also one of the best tango ever written. Here you have a link if you want to listen after the talk or during the talk. So what are the requirements for Cambalache for this new application? First of all, I want to have a data model that is independent of the runtime objects. I want to be able to support any library based on GObject, not just GTK4, but also GTK3. If we ever wanted, it should be able to add support for GTK2 or any other library based on GObjects. I don't want to have any dependency on GTK Builder file format itself. As far as I'm concerned, that's an output, and it doesn't have to be related to the data model itself, because I'm trying to future-proof this. If eventually we replace GTK Builder with something else, I want to be able to easily port to that. And also, I want to keep the benefits from the old model, that in the sense that I don't want to maintain any data model manually. So everything has to be done automatically. And also, it would be nice to support multiple UIs in the same data model, so that you can have all the classes, all the templates, all the UI that you're going to use in a project in just one place. So when I started this prototype, I had a few clear objectives. The first of all was to test the data model. I want to be extra sure that all my crazy ideas all over this year actually made sense. I want to be able to import and export basic GTK Builder files in the sense that it only the basic stuff and no custom tags. So only like widgets with its property and children and layout properties. I want to do a minimal UI, just basically copy Glade modern UI and not worry too much about new ways to create, to edit. because the objective was to test the data model. So I didn't want to think about new UI paradigms. That's something that once we have a prototype working properly, we can think about new ways to edit. So the data model. The data model, I went all into a relational database. So the database has a few tables that are used to model all the type system. So you have a table for types, properties, and signals. And this is populated automatically with a script called CambalacheDB, which is implemented in Python and reads all the data it needs from the gear file, so from object introspection. And the things that are not present in the object introspection are getting from the actual object runtimes. Then we have all the tables needed for the project itself, where you can have multiple UIs and objects and its property signals and things like that. And one of the things that was really complicated in Glade was all the undo and redo stack. Every time I had to fix a bug there, I probably introduced another one. So I wanted to have something that was more robust. So I decided that I could implement all the undo and redo stack in the data model itself using triggers. So every time you add an object or you change a property in the data model, a trigger automatically will update all the data in the history tables that you can later use to rewind, to move back or forward in the history. So in theory, we could even save the history of your project in the file. So another thing, since I wanted to support multiple toolkits, we have a few issues. For example, we cannot load GTK 3 and 4 in the same process, so we need a way to render the workspace widgets in a different project and without doing too much work, without reinventing the wheel. That is why I created another process called Merengue, which is basically the application that creates the widgets you see in the workspace, and it renders them using the Broadway backend, and we can display those widgets embedded in Cambalache using a WebKit web view. Eventually, this should be fairly easy to switch the WebKit web view and Broadway with a Wayline compositor once we have a working widget where we can use to show Wayline widgets. Okay, so enough talking. I'm gonna show you right now what I have so far in Cambalache. So first, let's run the Flatpak so that we can create a GTK4 application. So as you can see, the UI is pretty similar to Glade, but the first thing you have to do is create a new project. Let's name it test, and let's choose GTK4. Great. So this UI is very basic. We only have an entry to select which widget we want to create. Let's create first a window. And here you can see this is a GTK4 window. You can maximize it and move it around in the workspace. And this is run in Merengue, and it's rendered using WebKit. The white square in the middle is just a WebKit web view. So let's select the window and let's create a grid, for example. with a label and some buttons. And let's set some properties to the buttons. And here we have a GTK4 UI. You can save, you can do undo, redo like usual, and I guess this is enough for now. Let's move on with the slides. So what's missing? First of all, template support. Right now, it only creates regular UI files. This shouldn't be too complicated to add. I still need to finalize the file format for the project file. And obviously, I have to improve Merengue. I have to add placeholders, special container handling, because right now you have to do everything manually. There's no drag and drop and things like that. And what else? I need to add support for all the custom tags from all the different classes. Right now, it supports loading and saving most of the tags, but there's no way to edit them in Cambalache. I also have to implement undo and redo for those custom data types, and support third-party libraries. This shouldn't be too much work because I'm treating GTK3 and GTK4 as a third-party library, but there's some work need to be done there because there's no file format for the different module. It's just using SQL, so that wouldn't scale because anytime I made a change to the data model, it will break the file format. So I need to come up with something more useful there. So I can also, let's run from the source code and let's see if we can import a file, a more complex file. So the idea is that you can, for example, create all the widgets, all the UI files, and have them all in the same project. So you can import files that you already have, and let's, for example, import the widget factory, which is a pretty big one. And as you can see here, you can edit some things. There's obviously a lot of things to improve in Merengue. One of them is, for example, I think this is, all this dialogue have a transient with the main window, so you cannot put the window on the foreground, but so yeah, you have to move them around. But let's change some property. And let's close the project and open it again. Projects, test 3. And you can see here you have all the UI files in the same project. So the idea is that you create everything here. The file format is text. So you'll be able to commit it to Git without any problems. And once you want to export the project, you can go here and export all, and it will create all the GTK builder files for each project. And also gonna add a command line tool to do that, so you can integrate it with the build system. So where to get it? I'll be posting the source code in GNOME GitLab, and soon I'll be adding the project to FlatHub. I didn't have time to do it yet. Oh yes, let's push the source code to GitLab. Close this. Let's make sure. Yes, that's fine. Waiting. Okay, now you should be able to go to my personal GitLab account and get the source code to try it. And also before the talk, I push a package of Flatpak, so you can download that and test it right away without having to build anything. So contribution, obviously, any bug report you find, you can file it on GitLab. Merge requests are welcome as usual. And one thing I want to talk about today is how to make an open source sustainable. I haven't come up with any new idea, so I didn't want to create a Kickstarter campaign or something like that, because I think that's not sustainable in the long run. I wanted to do something that will allow me to work at least one day a week for the foreseeable future. So that's why I decided to open a Patreon page for Cambalache. Why Patreon? Because it takes care of taxes in most places, so that's important. It's something that I rather don't have to deal with. I think it encourages longer-term donations, so I think it's better to donate like $1 a month for a year than actually donating $10 one time, because it makes it more easy to know how much money you have and how much time you can dedicate to a project that way. I think it's used by a lot of people, but if you have any other option that you think is better, please contact me on private. So I decided to put a few levels for individual membership. The basic one is something where you can donate anything you want. Anything is highly appreciated and will contribute to make Cambalache a reality. You can also be an advocate, and that way your name will appear in the website. And if you are a sponsor, it will be on the application credits. I also added a few levels for corporate membership. You could be a bronze sponsor and your logo will be on the web, or you can be a silver sponsor and the logo will be in the credits of the application, or a gold sponsor and your logo will be on the main screen. So that's all. Any question?
We have some questions in the show notes. I can read them for you. The first question is, so Cambalache uses a custom file format. At which point will it be stable, or is that just for the project file?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. So Kambalashi uses a custom file format. At which point will the custom file format be stable, or is that just for the project file?
Okay, yes. Let's go to project, and where is the first one we just created? So it's a simple XML file, and it has all the data for the database. So I plan on, if I make any change, it should be able to upgrade the file format to the newer version. So right now, the version I just released is 0.6. And it's gonna be it's the first public relation. So from now on, I'm gonna maintain compatibility. But the good thing is that in the worst case, you can always export everything as GTK builder files, and then recreate a new project and import all the files you have. So in that regard, having the project is just a convenience to have everything in one place. If you don't want to use that, you can keep just keeping your GTK builder files instead. But yeah, I plan to do all the it's gonna be, once I release the first table release, I'm gonna try to keep the changes to a minimum.
Right, and the second question is, does the custom file format has to go into Git repositories?
It doesn't have to. I think it will be easier. It depends on the project. If you have like a project with a simple UI that it's only 1 or 2 files, then it's probably better just to export to GTK Builder and commit those files. If you have a project with 10, 20 custom templates and 3 or 4 application windows, then it's probably easier to keep one file and export those to GTK Builder at build time.
All right, and the third question is as follows. What's the web view used for? What happens if there's a bug in the widget that makes it crash?
So what's the question, where to file bugs?
The question is, what's the web view used for? What happens if there's a bug in the widget?
Oh, yes. Okay, let's run this. So let's hope. So let's say that if the process that's creating these crashes or has any bug, let's say you edit something and then suddenly things don't work anymore, you can always right-click and restart the workspace. So that will kill the process and recreate it. So the idea is that even if there's bugs in that part of Cambalache rendering things, which is probably gonna be a few of them, let's say you create a custom widget, and when you set a property to a certain value, you abort the program, then that will actually abort Merengue. But the good thing, having things split in 2 different processes, is that you'll never lose the data because it's in a different process. You can also see the XML, and you don't need to use the project view. In theory, you can create and change everything using Cambalache but that will be a little bit harder. So even if Merengue doesn't support all widgets, it doesn't. You still be able to edit the widget themselves. even if you can see them.
Right. And the next question is, do you think there's a chance for an open source project like yours to ever be sustainable? I think many of us face a similar issue.
I don't know. I think there's a chance. I hope that I'm trying not to set my expectation too high. So I just would like to have at least one day a week, be able to work one day a week. I think it's doable. For example, I think there are a lot of people using this, and if everybody that uses it on a regular basis can contribute either by fixing a bug that annoys them or contributing like $1 a week a month, I think it's doable. One of the idea is not only to be able to work one day a week, but also if there are enough donations, hire someone to help me with QA, which is always a lot of work and usually not a good idea for the same person that creates a program to test it. It's better if somebody else find the bugs. So yeah, that will be my ideal, and I think it's doable. But let's see. So if you want to help me, please spread the word, and let's see if we can have a good project that it's maintained on a regular basis.
And we have one more last question here right now. Is the entire database history stored in the .cmb files, Cambache files?
Not all of it. Only everything except the history right now. It's saved in the file. But eventually we could add that as an option. I don't know if it would make sense. It could get pretty big quite easily if we save all the history forever. But that's something I'm open to add if people find it useful to have the history. But currently, no, just the data, the minimum data. And actually, the file is usually smaller than the XML because of XML is too verbose, and we have the property too many times in the file.
And we got one more short question in the chat. Mike Cove is wondering if Cambache can read Glade files.
Yes, you'll be able to import Glade files. Right now are just GTK builder files, so you'll be able to import. Yes, you'll be able to import the files created with Glade with no problem.
And that's all the question we have for now. Thank you for the session.
Okay, thank you guys. And one thing I forgot to do is I have to publish the Patreon page. All right, that's done. Yes, so
Patrick
the
is wondering
Patreon
if
link.
you post the Patreon link in the chat.
Yeah, I went too fast. Is there anything, beside any question, is there anything you would like to see? So the page is Patreon/Cambalache. Let's copy here. No, currently there's no way to transition GTK3 to GTK4 in Cambalache. That's something I haven't had the time to look into. The idea is that Cambalache, while I'm not, I'm targeting GTK4, and GTK3 support will be work on basically only if the same work can be used in GTK4. But the idea is that eventually in the near future we can replace Glade with Cambalache, so that we don't have to support two programs, one for GTK3 and GTK4. But yeah, in the meantime, the recommended way is to use the scripts provided by GTK itself to convert from GTK3 to GTK4. But that's one thing that we can add in Cambalache, definitely.
We got one more question in the share document. Someone is wondering, how production ready do you think the project is?
I think it's usable for small projects. I think one of the biggest thing missing right now is the template support, but that should be fairly easy to do. And the good thing, since I'm using where is it? Here. Since I'm using Gear to get all the data, the good thing is that most of the properties are supported right now. And I think the only property types missing are anything related to GDK that I haven't had the time to look into. So like GDK PixBuff are probably the biggest missing thing. I'll look into that as soon as possible. Yeah, another thing.
We got one more question in chat. Andre is wondering, did you also consider Elementary's pay what you want model instead of using Patreon?
Yeah, well, not really. I think that could be done on a case-by-case basis. So if a company or somebody really needs a new feature, that's definitely something that could be work on. But I don't know about Elementary. Do they have a specific platform to do that, or? Yeah, Andre, if we can talk after the talk, if you can. Thanks. Yeah, Patreon is just to start. I know there are a few other options that are open source, but I haven't do too much research on it, so I probably gonna And I don't know if it's a good thing to have two different places to make donations. Yeah, LibrePay, for example. One of the things that LibrePay doesn't take care is about VAT. So in theory, if you donate in some countries in Europe or the United States, depending on what you get from the donation, you'll have to pay some taxes. So that's complicated. That's why I decided to go to Patreon.
That was all time we had. Thanks so much, Johan, for the talk and everyone that asked questions.
Thank you, everybody.
You are now on mute.
Now I want to welcome on the stage on track 2, Carla and Bruna from Big Open Source Siblings.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carla, so I'm just waiting for Bruna so we can start the presentation. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, everyone, and thank you all for being here.
So we're going to talk today about the experience that we have been doing for almost 2 years now. That is Big Open Source Sister, which is a mentoring program for underrepresented groups to introduce them, to onboard them into open source. And it's awesome because this project is included in GNOME. We talk about the GNOME challenge. And let's just introduce who we are. So I'm Carla. I work as a professor of software engineering, and I do research and projects in open source. And here we have Bruna with me. Bruna, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. I'm Bruna. I'm a software engineer. I both studied with Carla. I mean, she was my professor, and then I was a professor by her side. So it's an honor to share with her this experience in Voz show. So let's get started.
Awesome. So this program started like I said 2 years ago, and it was part of GNOME Challenge, and we were winners from this challenge that GNOME introduced to understand the initiatives in the world to introduce people into open source. So our program is a mentorship that lasts between 3 months and 4 months. Then it's an onboard process to underrepresented people to start contributing to open source, right? Bruna, if you have anything to say anytime, feel free, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Good. So first, we have to understand why we thought about this mentorship program. So now we are having this crisis, this diversity crisis in open source. Not only open source, here we have a highlight in open source, but is an entire software engineering industry that you have, which is major dominated by white male from north from the globe, and it causes a lot of bias on the product. So we have discriminatory algorithms, and you have a lot of issues that comes with a lack of the diversity. And here we're gonna talk a little bit about these problems in open source, these numbers, right? Just an advertisement this year, the IEEE software magazine had a special issue talking especially about this diversity crisis. So I encourage you to go to look at these articles, which is really, really interesting. So first of all, we need to understand why we are talking about diversity crisis, but what is diversity? So describes individual or group differences that comes from social or life experience, like I style how I work with my colleagues, how I work with my tests, but also social, racial, class, gender, sexual orientation that influences how this person interacts with the world and consequently in the job. So we're talking in this context, right? And here we have a glimpse of what is open source today. Here today, only 5% of all contributors in open source are women. And when you go to software engineering industry, this number is a little bit higher. It's around 10%. So we're in open source, we have less women contributing. And when you go to universities, you see that you have a higher percentage of women working tech undergraduate. So somehow these women is not sticking in the industry, and they're not engaging in open source. So this is the first thing you can start to understand about this crisis. And from this 5%, from the core maintainers of open source communities, only 2% are women. So we have a lack of representative in open source communities, right? And if you go to other underrepresented groups, you have a similar situation. Here you have only 3%, almost 4% of developers. Here I'm not talking about open source, I'm talking about software engineering industry. We have only 4% are Black, and only 1% are trans community, coming from trans community. And these numbers, this percentage, does not reflect the number of people on the society, and does not it does not reflect the number of people that have the background necessary to or work on this industry, right? And again, when we try to treat diversity in an intersectionality way. What does it mean? It means that a woman contributing to open source in North America, her experience is different from a woman contributing to open source in South America, because you have a different language, you have a language barrier that a South American woman will have to introduce herself to contribute to open source that a North American won't have, but in North America she'll have other struggles. So intersectionality says that you have to look to these complexities of groups and how they experience that the contribution to open source. So here, that's why you have like this number of Hispanic, when you look only for non-English speakers, that English is a real big barrier to contribute to open source. So we have here 4% of the open source contributed are Hispanic, and finally you have like this percentage. This is an old number, but it was the one we found, that in 2013 we have the GitHub, for instance, with 3 million users. And from these 3 million users, only 12,000 were Brazilians. So you see that, again, it does not reflect the number of professionals, Brazilian professionals in software engineering, and does not reflect the capability of Brazilians contributing to software to open source. So our program tries to attack or handle this issue about diversity, lack of diversity in open source. And here is a new research which is really interesting, that it maps the PR, the pull requests rejected, with no explicit explanation why the PR are rejected, according to human development level. So which is interesting here is that countries with lower human development have a higher rate of PR rejected without an explanation. But if you think, oh, that could be a problem of for instance, language barrier, they don't speak in English, but one of the higher acceptance PR rate are Japanese, which also are not native English speakers. So here we have the kind of bias that is perceived in open source communities in general. So we have like these numbers and the evidences, the barriers that this homogeneous group of people maintaining open source and contributing to open source are preventing minority groups to contribute to open source and keep contributing to open source community. And that's where our program enters. Because we have to ask, why bother? It's working. We have a lot of great open source projects. We have great solutions available to the entire community. And here are diversity in FOSS. Why is diversity important? First, we have a lot of job offers in IT community that's not with not enough qualified people, and we know that contributing to FOSS improve technical skills. We have the information, the data that says that diversity brings different perspectives into a project, creating innovative environments. So it's mapped that a diverse team of development team provides a more innovative solutions. You have more people in contributing to FOSS, no matter where they come from. And today, when we are going to data-centric development, you have a lot of bias coming from training data. And when you have a diverse team, especially technical diverse team, you will have less bias coming from these algorithms. So you have a lot of benefits from the FOSS community embracing diversity, bringing these people to contribute once, not only once, but keep contributing to open source community. So diversity is lucrative, is positive to FOSS community. And at the same time, contributing to FOSS, it's really well mapped why people go to FOSS. Like they go to learn new skills, being them technical or non-technical. They go to have a documented portfolio so they can be seen and hire. They go for network and connections. But what has been mapped that minority groups, they don't perceive the same benefits of these benefits when they contribute to FOSS. And that's one of the reasons that the research has been showing us why women stop contributing, for instance, to open source, because they know that the contributing to FOSS has these benefits, but they don't perceive on their own experience these benefits. And finally, you have mentoring in FOSS community, you have job opportunities, and you have a lot of non-technical skills that you develop while contributing to FOSS. So we have all this understanding of this crisis, or this panorama of open source communities, and then that's how we try to solve these problems. And finally, we have the bad reputation of FOSS. Here's an example we lived pretty recently, that usually contributors and communities tend to go to the meritocracy of developers without understanding the barriers that others have to face to contribute to open source, and a shallow understanding of the problem. And we have a lot of experience, or a lot of researches showing how code of conduct can foster or not sexist behavior of community. And again, there are a lot of research on this area that we did this research before starting the program BOSS, which is this mentoring program with the goal to onboard these minority groups, but knowing what works and what doesn't work on contributing to open source to this minority group. So now Bruna will talk a little bit about the program itself.
Okay, thank you for giving us this context. And BOSS is basically a safe space that we want to build. And I'm thankful enough to have a lot of people that are really capable around me. And what we want to do is, how can we get people, make them feel safe around us? How can we make them feel safe contributing? And how can we kind of have a shield for them for these kind of situations that we ourselves have faced in the past or in the present too? And I guess not in the future. We are not going to finish this so soon. So what we want to do, we want to have an active and intentional and ongoing commitment with the diversity. We want these people to be engaged in the project. So what we were thinking while we were planning this program to be, we tried to go and focus more on not only the technical problems and the technical capabilities and the technical competence of people that are around us, but we wanted to make sure they are comfortable in contributing with other communities too. And how can they, sometimes, I don't know if everyone have experience with this, but sometimes we want to open a PR or a merge request, and we keep back and think, should I really do this? Am I really capable of it? If I do this, will this community just slash back and say that I'm not worth it, or that my code is not worthy, or they will be respectful? So we wanted to have this safe space, so we could gather these skills, both confidence and technical skills, so behavior and technical skills. So what are BOSS? We are trying to gather our little siblings and our big siblings, and our big siblings both engage with career mentoring, onboarding, and having welcoming mentors. So we go from someone that will talk to only one person and having and mentorship on one-to-one mentorship during the program, and we have other mentors that will mentor on the technical skills. So we have those separated, so both can get into the deeps of both of them. And we have the organization group. So these are the three pillars of our program. And what we do next, once our little siblings are prepared to both have technical experience and are confident enough, we bring other community ambassadors to show their projects, to understand, explain what are the basic issues and bring good first issues so that these people can contribute too. Can you go on, please? Okay, so what is the workflow for the onboarding? We have online workshops, and they are recorded, so they are available for other people that want to see, or if someone that cannot be present in the day that we saw. These workshops happen weekly. Both weekly we have the mentorship. So the mentor will talk on one-to-ones and ask the little siblings, can you do this? Are you following? What are the main problems? How do you feel about doing this or doing that? Or how do you feel about the class the workshop on this week? And this feedback also comes to the organization and the mentors that are explaining and that go with the technical issues. We both have a practice and pairing. So we have kind of homeworks, and we encourage them to do these in pairs, so they are more comfortable in asking questions too. We have a link to the online classes and to the presentations that we have here. Maybe later we can get these links. But how do we do this? We chose a community that is a Brazilian community, and so we do not have the language barrier. So what can we do now? Now we focus on the technical skills. We do not need the people to go one step further on the technical skills, on the behavioral skills, and the language skills. So we focus on, we take this away from us, and we can focus on, two of them right now. So in this project, it's a chatbot project that we have here in Brazil. It was made in the university and in the lab that we've worked at. I see there's a lot of people here that work there. Temporary is here also. So can we go to the next one? Okay, so what do we do? We have these 4 major phases, and the first phase is learn about communities, how they work, what are the technologies, what are the communication, how to communicate, how to talk and communicate in niches, how can we do remote working, what are versioning, GitHub, and everything that we need to do to engage with most of the projects and communities. Okay, in the next phase, we learn about the technologies that are necessary to contribute to this local community. So right now, we don't have to focus on the language barrier. And here we have the chatbot concepts, the architecture of the project. You have to talk about Python, we have to talk about deployment, and we have to talk a lot of things that are related to the project that we chose. So if you want to reproduce this project, the BOSS project in your area, you can choose a project that is, that is your language, and you do not have this barrier, and the concepts here probably will change. So this is a lot of customizable. The third phase, we have them learning and using and doing things and being not able to do something, and open issues and see this documentation is not clear, it's not working, oh my gosh, I cannot do this, and what we do. In the third phase, we get them to work on open issues that they opened in the past or that other people opened. So we get these skills that we talked in the first phase about communication and about Git and GitHub, and we put this through here. So we are kind of building layers to the skills that people are going through. And then last phase, they are ready to engage and meet other communities and be able to talk to them in other languages. Maybe it's a community that it's mainly in English. Now they do not have the problem of not being able to open a pull request, not being able to understand a Python code, not being able to understand other concepts, so they can focus on the language and the specifics of each problem, of course. Okay, what are our first season? The first time we run this project, we had 12 weekly meetings. So we had a 3-month project, and we had 45 commits ahead of the main project itself. Okay, can we go through? We had 12, I guess, 12 open little siblings in our course, and we had 12 big sisters to accompany them and people who work on the organization and the mentorship. We had a lot of pull requests opened and closed, and we had a lot of issues that were opened not only in our fork but in the original project too. And here is I think it's not the GIF, but here we have a screenshot of the commits and the contribution in the repository. We can see that, I guess, mostly 1 year, almost 1 year, we had few commits and few contributions. And while our programming was running, we had a peak that almost peaked the other one, while there were people engaged and working on this. And our weekly commits, I guess this was a GIF too, but I guess it's a PDF, so you will not be able to see it moving. But here we had weekly, and we could see how the contributions worked weekly, and we could understand, oh, okay, on Monday we have some contributions because people that just watched the video, the workshop, wanted to do an experiment on Monday. And on the other days of the week, we had, the day they perished the most or Friday. So in the end of the program, I guess Friday was the day that we had most of the commits and pull requests opened. And as a side project, inside this project, we had the Talk Like a Boss. And the Talk Like a Boss is a model that we wanted to bring other women, other people that are referenced in whichever area they had and could talk to us about anything. And we wanted to make a panel where everyone could talk and have everyone interact with it, but we could not find the moment. We could not schedule this. So we had these interviews, and we wanted our little siblings to be able to host the interviews. So most of the interviews that happened were hosted by our little siblings, and they were comfortable enough to talk and to ask and to scale up their skills that they were bringing here. Okay. Now we can talk about lessons that we learned here during this process. Can you pass through?
Yeah,
please. Okay. I think the first lesson is something that most of the communities that work mainly with volunteer work have gone through, and we have gone through in other experiences too, but it's something that is very hard to keep the pace when everybody is doing volunteer work, and while they are doing the works that pay their bills, So how can we address this? Is something that we wanted to make sure. Do you want to talk about this one a little bit more, Carla?
Yes, we are going to, like Bruna said, some of the struggles we are facing with this program, because we have, as you can see, is a workflow that it can be applied in different contexts. Is an onboarding process, but with a difference that we have like this individual mentorship to deal with imposter syndrome, to give confidence to this underrepresented groups, and we have the sensibility to only use or invite volunteers that are from underrepresented groups. So the mentors are mostly women's. We have trans, you have people from LGBTQ community. So we really have the participants and the mentors. They can reflect, or they can have mirror on someone on the industry with more experience. And even though the program it's been working very well these 2 seasons, we are in the 2nd season now, we've been struggling. And I think the biggest problem we have right now is a reality here in Brazil. Like a typical person that participates to big open source sister program, it's, for example, a woman that she works and she studies, and she's already overloaded with attributions or things to do. And on 1 hour or 2 hours, she wants to change careers or improve her portfolio, and she joins the BOSS initiative. So it's really unsustainable for the participant to engage to a 3 months commitment that ask her like 3 to 4 hours a week commitment without giving her any kind of funding or certificate. What we provide is a really good onboarding process and a capacitation and this mentorship for free. And even though it has a high value attached to it, it's really difficult for a person that works 12 hours in Brazil, have to go to university, and we are talking a pandemic context, so you have even worse scenario. And here we have a bad internet, so we have on and on problems of people in the house. They don't have a good internet, or they don't have internet at all, so they have to accompany the program the program on their cell phones. And then when they're at work, they have lunch breaks, and they have a good internet so they can do the homework. So it's really it's a really difficulty for them to accompany the program, and that's where we are trying to go to the next step, that we're trying to find fundings or certificates so we can guarantee that she has the person has enough resources, like, I mean,
to be able to continue engaging with the program and learning with us.
Exactly. And this is a really particular from Brazil. Like I think in other places this wouldn't be as critical as we are realizing that it is for us. So this is something that we are struggling to try to find. And together with this, we have like these technical difficulties, like computers that they have really old computers. So depending on the community, we chose chatbots, so it requires a lot of processing, and some people cannot even train.
Yeah, we had a few problems, especially this season, that people were working with old computers that could not run something that was core of the project, I mean, training machine learning models. So that is something. And something else that is really important is to have a customized code of conduct. And it's something that's really often overlooked. Why is this overlooked, and how can we improve? It's not only having a code of conduct, that's something that is good, okay, you have it, but you need to pay attention to what you have there and how you address any problems that go against it. And how do you protect people that are trying to help and how can you make it safe? Let's see, there is something, if you want to take a look at good code of conduct, you can always go for the Python community. I think it's one for me that are the very good ones. And the PyLadies community also have a good code of conduct. And what are important here? You need to explicit what is good behavior, what is acceptable behavior, and what's not. And if this behavior happens, if something like that happens, what do? I mean, you can have your you can have the situation and maybe not being able to handle it. But if you do not have anything that helps you handle it in the code of conduct, for example, some people might not stay in the community and they might just leave, and that happens a lot.
So it's something that we do, like at the end of the program, when you're going to tell good communities or bad communities to contribute, we always tell the participants to look at a code of conduct if they say something explicitly about diversity or about that person situation specifics. So GNOME is well known for being really receptive for minority and the represented groups, but it's something that open source community in general are not paying attention, and something that we see that if you explicitly talk about diversity or explicitly talk about specific groups, how do you gonna treat them and how you're gonna welcome them in the community? It makes a big difference on the boarding process of that minority group into the community. So I think we're still learning, we're still struggling, but we are having a lot of fun. So thank you everybody that participated as mentor or organizer or as participants. And here is the community engagement challenge that offered by GNOME that we participated in last year, and we won this competition. I don't know if you want to say anything, Bruno.
I just want to thank, because it was I had a lot of fun, a lot of work to do also, but we had a lot of fun organizing it. And if any of you wants to know more about the BOSS project, and if you are not native speaking in English, or you can talk other languages and you want to help and bring this project to other countries and people that talk other languages primarily, you can talk to us. We have a very good material that I think had a major part in explaining what the BOSS really is and how we do and how we handle situations. Thank you, everyone.
Exactly. So if you have any questions or any suggestions or any feedbacks, we are really available and welcome you to visit BOSS, visit our work, and be part of BOSS or adapt BOSS to your own context.
We have some questions already here for you. The first question is, how can we address in a free and open source project that a set of people are proxied through one person? We had the case that our Brazilian contributor were being represented by one person, and that person got all the stats from the whole Brazilian community, and the reason was the language barrier.
Can you help answer, Carla? I didn't understand.
I didn't understand the questions.
I think it's mostly how do you address if you have only one person that is a Brazilian contributor. How can we not having this one person to represent all the Brazil? And how can we not be, I mean, if we close this pull request and we do not accept this PR, how do we handle not having a bad experience for Brazilians if we only have one person here? I think it's not something that you will be able to do and help with your project. I think the language barrier is something that's really big and that we have to address maybe in other layers of this problem. I think what you have is a symptom of a problem that is bigger and that goes beyond your skills or what you can do.
Yeah, and you have, like, I think the thing when you have only one person, it's really difficult, like, to generalize. But the Brazilian, we really have the language barrier is a reality for us, and but the technical, like written, is much easier to address to Brazilian because we have a lot of tools to translate than the verbal communication. So I will stick to the communication, written communication. I guess for us works better. And I guess like a standard, I guess the thing is like have standards protocols to handle the situations that you don't differentiate the community, where the developers they're coming from, I guess.
And the second question is, do you think there's a future for projects, for example, GNOME application, that have source code and translation strings based on a language different than English? And related, do you think it's time to maybe break with the project rules, like we only communicate in English, and start communicating in other languages as well?
I think we communicate in English is a good thing. But we only communicate in English. It's a big barrier for most of the world. So if we want to be able to talk to everyone, we need not only focus on the problem that is coming and is reaching us. Maybe we need to go a little bit further and help do other things other than the things that reach us. If we stay in our comfortable bubble zones, we are only going to face something that's like this size and really small of the problem, and maybe we can help one person. But if you want to go and do something extra, I guess we need to go and try to understand and deep dive on the problem and maybe help these problems that is systematic. It's not something that only reaches us. About the translation strings, I'm not so sure.
Yes, I agree with Bruno. I think we have to have more like bridges. When you go to native languages, you create islands, and I think as much closer we have to break these barriers, this communication barriers, without creating these islands. So I guess that's it.
And for the first question, this for the problems with people that have older computers, do you think that recommending services like Open Build Service or anything else like that compiles packages for you in the cloud with your packages would be good?
It adds a technical complexity for onboarding. That's one thing that we realized, that we have these services that would easy this or solve these problems of old computers, but it brings technical complexities that not necessarily the participants will have a background. Right,
yeah, it's something that we tried on this season. We had someone that could not work on the project, and we tried to have a computer for her in the cloud, but it was something that we need to go an extra mile to be able to configure and to make it available for her. And then we had to teach them how to use it, and everything that we were doing, and other people were able to do it locally and have minor problems. We had to add some steps that they needed to go further. So it's something that might work, but it adds a lot more work on doing this. But maybe if it's something that we can see happening in the future, and I guess it will happen if we have this prepared over beforehand. So For people that do not have a computer that will be able, we will provide, and we have tutorials, and we have the material needed beforehand, so they are not stuck behind waiting for us to go this extra mile for them.
And that was all the questions we had time for. Thank Bruna and Carla for the talk. You have one last question in the shared note you can answer in the chat or write in the note.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and it was really nice to participate.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey folks, can everyone hear me? Good. Right, let me just get my presentation uploaded. One moment.
Next presentation will be held by Robert McQueen from Endless, and it's called Access to Freedom. The stage is yours.
Hi folks, so I am Rob McQueen. I'm the CEO of the NSOS Foundation, and I am also currently the president of the GNOME Foundation. So just to set a little bit of context, what I'm here to answer is essentially the question of why we're all here. What is it that brings us to free and open source software? What is it that makes us care about the desktop? And what does desktop computing really mean in this kind of modern day and age? It's all about mobile and tablets, and the desktop is dead, and all of these things. Are they as important as they used to be? And what are the consequences of us caring or not caring about these kinds of things? So the GNOME Foundation is a public charity, so it's incorporated in the US with a tax exemption, and so it pursues a public purpose. It exists to help the community, to help the public, and it exists to broaden access to technology. We develop and distribute a usable free computer desktop software. Yep, and the audience that we reach is supposed to be, or intended to be, a group of people that have some kind of barrier or some kind of situation that prevents them from accessing things. So there's an underprivileged community of some description that we're helping. So the idea is that people in countries around the world would otherwise have been unable to purchase operable computers. So there's an idea of what I would call access in here. So these ideas of barriers that prevent people from getting access to computers. The GNOME Foundation has, for a long time, and the GNOME project and contributors, corporate and individual, for a long time has really prioritized this concept of accessibility. So assistive technologies for those with disabilities or those with situational needs to use technology to assist how they engage with their computer. This is incredibly valuable and incredibly important work. Most recently, the foundation has been working with Emanuele on the staff with a grant to rewrite the accessibility in GTK. This is, as one person puts it, God's work. It needs doing. It has a huge impact on those who need it, either permanently or temporarily. I think just looking in terms of our mission, it's true to say that accessibility is a certain specific, narrow definition of access. There are lots of barriers that may prevent someone from accessing a computer, and that could be to do with what they can afford. It could be to do with what they're allowed to access. It could be to do with their time or their situation or their family or any number of factors. And prioritizing one interpretation of access means that we're essentially not stopping and thinking about what does access mean across the wider global stage. So bear with me, if you will, a story. Last year, I was reading my daughter a science book, and it had this picture in, which is from NASA, And it had a caption along the lines of, oh, you can see where the people are in the world based on the lights on this picture. And the problem with that statement is it's just false. There are billions of people on this map who are not represented by the lights in the night sky. So, energy politics aside, most of the nations in the global south are in the dark on this map. And they're some of the most populous regions in the world. So the United Nations has a department that looks at population growth across the world. And they estimate that the population currently, 7.5 billion, will grow to 10 billion by around 2050. And the majority of that growth will come from the nations that are, to a certain extent, currently in the dark on this map, particularly Africa, but large areas of Asia. We can expect 1.2 billion more people in Africa over the next 20 to 30 years, 0.7 billion in Asia. So there's a truly global definition and sort of consideration of what access is. I mentioned I work for the NSOS Foundation. For nearly 10 years, we've been working on this idea of technology as an empowering opportunity, an opportunity for people to access information, to learn, to access certain jobs, to learn skills, to earn more money, and to better themselves. So NDOS has been working on making devices affordable, working on dealing with connectivity. If you don't have it, how do you still get value from your computer? Are computers usable to people that haven't used them before? Do people have the right skills to use technology and then to apply it in their lives? And why is that important? Doesn't everyone have a cell phone now? Doesn't everyone have a computer? Computers will arrive. It will be fine. Everyone is online these days, aren't they? But the reality is that, and I think that that's something that many of us have the luxury of taking for granted, is that a desktop computer provides a completely different platform for those things. A platform for learning, a platform for productivity, a platform for learning skills and applying skills. But if you're in a digital economy, a knowledge-based economy, where you might want to do a accountancy qualification, or even just applying for certain jobs, you need to attach a Word document and you need to type in a form. And those things, if 50% of the world that might have a cell phone and don't have a computer, there is an opportunity to take part in our modern knowledge digital economy that's just not there for them. So, I mean, you've probably all heard of NDOS. I've said all of that before. But how does that track back to what this talk is about, to do with freedom and software freedom and the GNOME Foundation? So the core of this is the idea that simply having access to a computer is not sufficient. This is not a binary kind of 1 or 0 thing. The computer is not in and of itself sufficient to guarantee success at engaging in the digital economy, to guarantee that you have equal access to others across the world. So that access is not created equally. So your ability to access technology and information and to learn skills and to navigate the digital world and to have control of how you do that is really important. So the idea is that we can't rely on everyone that brings technology having the best interests of those individuals at heart. So you can arrive at a computer for the first time, and that computer is brought to you by some people. They have some ideas of what you should or shouldn't be looking at, what's important to you according to them. Whether it's the algorithm that curates the tiles that pop up in your social media, whether it's the vendor who've decided which software should be loaded because they get the most money for the antivirus plan or whatever. Now, obviously, there are a lot of motivations for people to join and take part in the GNOME project, but some of them are technical. Some of us just love the software we've built, or the way that it looks, or the way it works, or the feel of using the desktop. And some of us have these ideas about software freedom and kind of user empowerment in the context of computing. So we're not just here to build a better desktop. We're here because as a community, we actually care about how people can access and control their technology. So who influences and who shapes the computer experience of the next 2.5 billion people, potential computer users over the next 20 or 30 years? and what does it matter to them? So I like this picture because, I don't know, this is somewhere remote. You could be in this literal Faraday cage, and your only contact to the outside world is this little antenna on the roof that picks up TV channel. If there was only one TV station in town and your neighbors were 10 miles away, your view of the world would be very much controlled and influenced hugely by what was on that TV channel. Right? What they told you about vaccinations or politics or health or national security, those things. It might impact how you voted. It might impact how you made decisions about the health of yourself and your family. The way that the information comes in to your life has a huge impact on the decisions you make and the way that you live your life. And without really thinking about it, we, I guess, as a society, have allowed a lot of different actors to have a huge stake in making those determinations, in deciding, what's important for us to see. What constitutes news today for you. What is relevant from that your friends think, what tweets or posts on Facebook or Instagram or whatever is important information for you. Which adverts do you see? Which apps are you allowed to install? At this point, the majority of technology and information that individuals in the world access comes to you by probably 4 or 5 US-based corporations. If you skip the Saudi royal family, the oil company, they are the 5 largest corporations in the world. And I'm not here to sort of rally against the capitalist system. I think there are some serious problems, but I don't work on the assumption that corporations are evil or bad or immoral. I rather consider them to be amoral. They are, logically and rationally responding, perhaps at individual levels, to an incentive structure and a regulation structure that's created for them. So nothing winds me up more than politicians, particularly those who could be legislating, going, well, these guys aren't paying their taxes. But, well, if only you could change the relevant laws. And the reality is that these corporations are responding to the system that is created for them. And that system needs to be controlled by regulation and legislation, which is slow and is often weak and often has bad actors involved in lobbying and trying to influence what that regulation does. Let's get this law through that looks good, but actually doesn't prevent us from doing our hugely profitable thing. So there's a little bit of reputation in there, market, some kind of scandals, or I've got to make sure that I definitely don't give this information to the FBI, but I've got a building over here that just gives information to the FBI constantly. So those kind of things, like, I need to make sure that this looks good. But these kind of decisions and the way that information is brought to you have these kind of real world impacts. Just vaccine misinformation. We're in the middle of a kind of global pandemic, which, some countries are naive enough to think that it's done, but for most of the world, we're only just starting. So this is going to have years-long consequences, and decisions about vaccines, whether you do or don't follow regulations that are put in place, public health orders and things, have literally life or death decisions, not just for you and your family, but for others that you may not even know. And misinformation is a huge problem here. So these 4 or 5 corporations are presiding over the spread of this misinformation. By action or inaction, they're allowing it to go and literally change people's lives or potentially end them. So just looking back at elections, who gets in power and what policies do they enact? Over the past few years, we've had huge elections, big changes of power in Brazil and in India, 2018, 2019. And although WhatsApp tried to prevent misinformation and regulating message forwarding and things, millions of people received electoral misinformation through the WhatsApp platform. MIT study showed that. Targeting of advertisements, Cambridge Analytica leaking or hyper targeting electoral messaging through Facebook, and very weak enforcement about misinformation going through the platform. And although some Senate committees or whatever, there's no regulation really showing up that's actually going to stop this from happening or require these disproportionately powerful entities to really pay attention to this. They say that they care and that they're doing this, and then actually they do the minimum necessary. It's a hard problem, I'll grant them that, but the incentive is not there because they just don't need to. This is not sort of a US thing or Brazil thing or anything. It's a completely international thing. So Facebook had a program called Free Basics, and it's off this idea, which at least on the face of it seems very similar to what NSOS cares about. Access to information and connectivity has a huge impact on what you're able to do in your life. Connectivity is a human right, and to that end, Facebook was rolling out infrastructure to allow people to access websites for free. But they handpicked the websites, and obviously Facebook was there, Wikipedia, and a few other US-based nonprofits. And it was actually banned in India in 2016 because of net neutrality laws, which are exactly designed to prevent this kind of cherry picking. And there's a report in 2017 that criticizes it as focusing on Western corporate content, and overall, it's not even very helpful. But it's still operating now in dozens of countries with over 100 million users. There's people who don't really understand the difference between Facebook and the internet. They mostly just access Facebook. So all of this is in support of this idea that, well, a desktop computer is a true platform for productivity that you need to have as your kind of launching point into a digital economy. But B, the computer can have an impact on every part of your life, where you live, what you can do for work, how you can access education, health, welfare. It's your window on the world. And so when other actors, corporate actors, control that window on the world, then you are essentially giving away certain bits of control of how do you see and how do you interact with the world. And I don't think they're evil. I just think they don't really care. We can't really rely on those corporations acting in the best interests of individuals around the world. So there are potentially life-changing consequences of having or not having tools to make your own determinations and have trusted partners to help you navigate the world of information and the digital economy. So I think this is one of the core things about the GNOME project that really, that's why I've been working on it for nearly 20 years. And there's huge problems here, right? But different to a lot of free and open source projects, the GNOME project is designed to provide software to users, end users, who have a device, and that device in front of them controls, what information can they access, what parties are they trusting, and on what terms are they engaging with technology. There are lots of other projects, like Node, True or False, that don't have that. There's no kind of moral question about what this does and who it's for. So the GNOME Foundation is, in a sense, kind of on the front line of this, because we make free and open source software. It's inherently free from those kind of corporate incentives or misincentives. We make free and open source software that's targeted to end users. So software freedom is an important part of that puzzle. Over the past year, the board has been working on trying to, in a sense, lean the foundation into this idea of our kind of social duty and our kind of public purpose. We certainly in the foundation have a lot of time and energy and funding that we spend on supporting the GNOME project, kind of as a servant and a kind of backup and infrastructure and assistance to everything that the project and the community is trying to achieve. But outside of the kind of free software world, then we have this wider purpose and this wider calling to evangelize and help to secure the safety of computers and technology around the world. This idea of empowerment and trust. And our way of doing it is, of course, around GNOME and free software personal computing ecosystem. So we need to look for diversity and reflect different opinions. And we need to look for sustainability. We need to be in this for the long haul. This is a marathon, not a sprint. But everything that we can do that gives people empowerment, gives people technology, and we do that with trust and integrity because we're a non-profit and we have that wider purpose in the world. Then we're helping people to secure their future and the way that they can access and interact with technology. So diversity and sustainability. I think there are a huge number of individuals and initiatives in the GNOME project and GNOME Foundation that really focus on diversity and do a fantastic job of it. If we want to build software that helps people around the world, that's useful, then we need to be reflecting their opinions and their perspectives and their lived experiences in what we're designing and what we're implementing. At Endless, we've always been a huge fan of just getting out there in front of the users that we're trying to reach and just seeing what their reality is and what does the software and the technology mean for them. I'm really happy that over the GNOME 40 process, we're able to do that for the GNOME desktop as well, and actually test with a broad perspective of users and demographics. But it's very true that technology has a diversity problem in general, in terms of gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity, and these things are significantly worse in open source. So what we're doing in terms of outreachy and other internships, individual champions, newcomers and engagement, and initiatives in Africa, Asia, Latin America, taking the message of GNOME to the wider world, what we're doing is fantastic. My concern is that we invest a lot of these efforts in the front end and we bring people in, and we haven't necessarily got, the non-profit thing would be a completed theory of change. We haven't got a system and an arc all the way through that brings people into GNOME, but also deals with everything that they need to be successful in our ecosystem, and for that to be sustainable. We can't just keep bringing people in, lose 90% of them, and then expect that we will have a growing user base or a growing ecosystem. So we need to match our diversity initiatives with the sustainability of our community and our wider ecosystem. And in a sense, the idea for this talk came from GUADEC in 2019, the last time that we were allowed out. And I made a talk about bringing the GNOME desktop to wider audiences. And afterwards, I was talking to Nobik, who is a long-term GNOME Gen 2 GStreamer contributor. And his experience is coming into open source as an intern, and his path to becoming a professional developer. And we were talking about a friend of his who was studying for bachelor's degree in computer science in India at a good university, had done well to get there, and found out about Summer of Code, the open source community, and applied for Summer of Code project and spent the summer doing an internship in our community. The problem is that meant that her experiences and her relationships were not these guys on the screen at the careers fair, talking with the local employers and the technology campuses and those kind of prospects for her after graduation. And they were just not interested in her open source experience as relevant to what they were doing. So she spent her time and energy on free and open source software through our diversity initiatives, and actually ended up in a worse off position in terms of her employment prospects because of that. She actually worked with a local open source company, but the office actually wasn't involved in any open source work. So her experience was pretty bad, and she ended up leaving that company and the entire kind of open source space. In fact, she left software entirely. And Felipe Borges, who works, he's on the GNOME board, but also one of the kind of main advocates and backers to some of the newcomers' work, Outreachy and Summer of Code, has blogged about the same thing, that we spend all this effort bringing people into the community, but actually there's far more potential contributors and interns and people who could be contributing than there are sustainable jobs in the GNOME project or just the open source world in general. And I think we've had GUADECs where a large technology company turned up and they put a sofa in their the kind of exhibition space, and they had recruiters who said you couldn't sit on the sofa unless you had a bachelor's degree, because they were just there to use GNOME as a testing ground for open source contributions. GNOME is a well-respected, conscientious open source project. People who do well in GNOME are very likely to do well in many other open source projects. So it's a good thing to see on a resume if you're trying to recruit open source people. But this idea of us spending our time and energy as a community and as a foundation, bringing people in, working on diversity, and then in a sense having these people slip through our fingers because we can't offer them, a holistic story, means that we're spinning our wheels a bit. We're putting all this effort in on the front end, and we haven't finished the swing and given a kind of growing and sustainable ecosystem. So I think these newcomers initiatives, outreach initiatives, are essential. Like, they have to be part of our plan for solving these diversity kind of questions and inclusivity questions, but they're not sufficient by themselves unless we fit them together into a bigger sustainability picture. I think one of the things that's kind of baked in to lots of diversity questions is this idea of privilege, and so the idea that because of some specific attribute, advantage, immunity that's available to you, you have an inherent advantage compared to others in the space. And I'm the white guy with a uni degree in Cambridge, and many of these things are just luck, but they have a different impact on my life to the experiences of others around the world. So things like gender and race and sexuality and ethnicity can have a huge impact on how people are perceived and what they're able to achieve in the world. But I think actually in the open source software world, we kind of rely on some other privileges that we tend not to think about, speak about very much. In my childhood, my father was happy to let me use his old computer. I had internet easily available. That meant I had the space and power and the device, the support of my family. I had the internet, and I had the time that allowed me to essentially recreationally develop software in a way that for many people in the world could only be justified if it was their job. This idea that you could spend hours a week noodling around with software and that might somehow relate and end up in a career, it's just not an option available to a huge percentage of the world's population. Here we are in our online GUADEC asking people to spend a few days sat at their computer watching talks. I think that's probably a decreasingly compelling option over year on year. And normally we expect them to have a passport and fly to another country. What does that mean for childcare? How does that impact on your ability to take part in our community and our ecosystem? But this idea of free and open source software, at some point, somewhere along the lines, we baked in this concept that you would need to be able to spare hours or days of time working on some things with little to no compensation. This sustainability is widely talked about question. LibFoo that sustains the entire internet. It's just one guy in Sweden hacking his spare time or whatever. But all of the software that we rely on, free and open source software, it's not actually free. And I think the Free Software Foundation has spent enough time trying to convince everyone that we need to redefine the word free. But it's not free in terms of money. It's already been paid for somewhere else by someone else already. And we need to kind of accept that where the money comes from and what actually allows people to dedicate their time is a huge part of the kind of privilege and assumption that we as participants and contributors to the open source ecosystem kind of build in. So I'm sure most of you know, I helped to start FlatHub, and it's really important to me that we actually kind of face down this idea that money is somehow an evil. Right? So just like my idea that corporations are not inherently evil, I don't think money is inherently evil either. It's the system that most of us pursue and the way that we allocate resources, for better or worse. Very much worse if you're mining cryptocurrency. But anyway, money gives us the freedom and capacity to spend our time on the things we care about, like software freedom or open source. And I think that this is the other side of the puzzle. So if we look for diversity and inclusion, and we look for advocacy and bringing people in to keep them and to make it possible for them to stay, we also need to look at the other side of what gets this flywheel spinning. What is a consistent model and a sustainable model for those individuals that we would like to have a stake in our community and our ecosystem? So I think to be successful, we need to look at a diversity of funding models and the incentives that allow people to participate. I mean, at the very basic level, how do app developers get paid for their work? How do we turn this from being purely a volunteer thing into a way that people can join our ecosystem and contribute? And if they're not lucky enough to get a job at one of those employers that will pay for these things, to build their own stake in it. This is obviously one gear in a more complicated machine. I know that there's, you need to balance supply and demand of, for example, applications. But we've been at this long enough that we know that supply of applications is a problem, and we've actually solved the technical, well, not all of, but most of the technical problems that make the supply really hard. We managed to kind of step up a rung of the ladder and move away from distro infighting. Now we have a technical platform. How do we build a commercial platform that helps people get paid for their work? So, what's the big idea? What's my plan? Help people make money distributing GNOME. So make the product better, make the product more valuable. I know we all spend a lot of time doing this, but everyone that's in the advisory board or not in the advisory board and has an economic stake in the success of GNOME is a essential part of what we as a project and as a foundation do to succeed in the GNOME project. There's no solution that could have roots around literally how everyone gets GNOME. So we need to make sure that their business models work and that they're sustainable and scalable, and actually that that's a growing space. The market share of Linux desktop has increased over the past 10 years. Not a great deal. That's even if you don't count Chrome OS, but it has changed. By building value into the ecosystem, we can capture more value, and this is not a zero-sum game. How can we help app developers get paid for their work? That's something that I would like to see the GNOME Foundation tackle. Maybe we need to go and raise some money for that over the next year or so. But donations or subscriptions or payments or ways that we can actually bring money into the app ecosystem. And all of these things help you get paid to work on GNOME. Bring distributors and employers, people who build value in, on, and around the GNOME platform. We make it easier for them. We want there to be more interest and more competition in the space. That means money is being generated and it's growing. And there are more jobs and more ways for you to make money in our ecosystem. And basically, I think if we don't do that, we will be in this kind of spinning tires mode. We'll keep on bringing people in, trying to tell the story of GNOME to more people. Maybe we'll capture some of them, but there will be a huge chunk of the world's population that we don't actually address, and we can't address because we're asking them to do something for free, and they simply can't afford to do that. So, actually, Novik said last year when I was emailing him about this talk, we need to shed our knee-jerk reaction towards money in open source as if it were a taint. The more money there is, the more opportunity there is, and the better we can make everything. It's hard, and systems, people, and perhaps legal must be designed well to keep the community in charge, but it's do or die. Whoever we don't retain will just go to work elsewhere, and the biggest gravitational attractor today is open source in name, only with full ownership by companies. So, I agree. Thank you for listening. I think we have a few minutes to look at some questions.
Yes, we have one question in the share notes about earning money working in applications. Some time ago, there were plans to create the framework to be able to pay for apps in FlatHub. Is there any progress on that?
So I think last time I spoke about that publicly, Endless was a corporate entity and have more money to spend on that. And now we're a non-profit, so we have slightly less. So my current hope is that we can build a sort of funding structure or initiative or program or something in the foundation that we can use to raise money to support that. So we're kind of sustaining FlatHub in the GNOME Foundation. I think to really grow it and add more to it, we need to look at, again, money. But I think there are more people interested in FlatHub conceptually as something that could cross desktops, could cross distributions, than there are necessarily in some of the other things that GNOME works on. So I think it's a message that we can use to fundraise. And it's not a huge amount of money to do the work, but it all costs time and energy somewhere. But I'd like us to be able to do that. It's something I'm working with Neil on at the moment.
One more question is from Sam, is currently being typed out. How can we convince desktop user that the desktop is worth paying for? Most people think Windows is free.
I didn't necessarily say that people needed to pay for their desktop. I just said that we had to make it worth people's while distributing the desktop. That doesn't necessarily mean charging for access to the thing. You could, for example, if you had an application store and you were selling apps in it, and some of that money came to the GNOME Foundation because they were GNOME users, you could share that with a PC manufacturer or an OEM or someone and say, well, actually, here's your introductory fee. For every user that signs up to FlatHub Plus or whatever, we'll give you $25. There's a lot more than they will make selling a computer. So there are ways to kind of build revenue models that aren't just around the selling of software. So this idea that you're selling services or you're selling access to a kind of wider ecosystem and things. So yeah, it's easy. Be clever about it.
And the third question is, are there any examples of open source projects succeeding in this area?
I think there are some that have managed to sustain themselves through combined approaches. So either selling services or subscriptions and things. I think there are, I think things like EFF and Tor will tend to have a lot more individual kind of donors and contributors to the work that they're doing. Some large philanthropists kind of involved in those things. I think Elementary is an interesting example that they have, a small but sustainable model based around people paying for the OS and apps in their kind of app center. So there are a few, but I think that we kind of want these to be kind of scaling up at the same time. I think if the foundation is able to bring GNOME in front of new audiences, to do that with partners like distributors and like Endless or those things, and that then as we have more users, we meet them with more value. Basically, we meet them with more applications, we meet them with more opportunities. Then we're able to attract those contributors and potential revenue makers in the ecosystem.
And the fourth question is, have you identified any accessibility issues in GNOME itself that people from third world countries are more likely to encounter?
Yeah, well, I mean, Endless spent quite a lot of energy working in the kind of GNOME 40 process, just working on that, and we were helping to kind of have GNOME and some of the designs compared to what we built in Endless. I mean, we, just in terms of people's familiarity with computing paradigms, their ability to use keyboards and mice, and that their previous experiences with technology might have been through smartphones or tablets where things like multitasking are presented in a more simple way. We built some of that in Endless, and we've been kind of working incrementally to close that delta and actually reach far more people by putting it upstream in GNOME. One of those things that I'm glad that we're a non-profit now. We don't have to try and build and capture value in endless. We're actually trying to say, well, this is really important for the whole ecosystem. I mean, I think some of the barriers are not necessarily to do with which country you come from, but just to do with where you are in the kind of global socioeconomic distribution. There is a sort of bell curve, and people in the lower 50th percentile are less likely to be able to afford a computer, or if they can afford it, then they're a bit less likely to be able to justify it compared to everything else that they need to pay for. So the cost of the device is clearly a barrier. I think probably one that's a little bit outside of GNOME's wheelhouse. But just the cost of the software. So buying a computer is one thing, but now you're expected to subscribe to Office 365 and Adobe whatever, and you should probably subscribe to the virus checker because there's a coupon that came in the box. And having a computer, I mean, Microsoft themselves is trying to move Windows essentially to a cloud subscription service. So you also need an internet connection for that to work, and there'll be some kind of consolation, Windows Basic or whatever that doesn't really do anything, or you can run Notepad and Paintbrush. But if you want to actually then use your desktop computer properly, then you need a subscription, or you need internet access, or both. So, I mean, I think some of those barriers already exist in terms of just assumptions about kind of prior experience and skills, about access to the devices, access to connectivity, ability to pay for additional services. I mean, that's, I think, the biggest USP that GNOME has is we have real professional grade productivity tools for development, or music, or graphics, or video, or whatever. You can do these amazing things, and you don't need any more subscriptions, and you don't need any more. That's all there for you. Obviously, we want to make more stuff available, but do that affordably and with respect to what people are able to achieve.
That's all the time we had for a question. Thank you, Robert, for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Are you able to hear me? Let me check the right chat. Yes, excellent. Okay, I can't hear you, but that's fine. I'll figure that out later. So, my name's Sam, and I'm going to be talking about music recommendations. So, the concepts today are actually going to be relevant for more than just music. I'm really interested in music, so that's what I want to talk about, but it's more generally about recommendations. And so stay tuned, even if you're not a music fan yourself. It's going to be slightly technical. I'm going to go into details, but again, I want it to be as understandable as possible. So if there's anything you don't understand, please ask, and hopefully there'll be lots of time at the end for questions. So if you saw the last talk, this kind of builds on the same topics, right? Rob said, who decides what it's important for you to see? The answer is often a recommendation algorithm these days. Recommendations are everywhere. If you think about your day, maybe a recommendation algorithm told you to visit a specific video, to buy a product, to view a social media post that you disagreed with. And more so, recommendation engines are here to stay, I think. People now, young people are growing up with YouTube as their main source of entertainment. And you don't browse YouTube. YouTube gives you a list of recommendations, and then you look at the list of recommendations. You don't open all 5 billion videos and then try and choose one yourself. You are influenced by YouTube's algorithm. So I thought, well, it's not very open, letting these algorithms tell me what to do. You know, my web browser is open source, but then I go onto YouTube, I run Spotify, and I don't know why they've decided to recommend me things. So I thought, maybe I can make a recommendation algorithm. How hard can it be, right? And the answer is, not very. So a recommendation algorithm. You start with some data. It goes through some kind of process, and then at the other end of the process comes some more data. Right. In the context of music, on the left side, maybe it's a collection of music, maybe it's some social data like other people's playlists, maybe it's things you've listened to in the past, maybe it's analysis, like how fast a piece of music is, how dark or happy or how full of lyrics a piece of music is. So all that goes into a process, and out comes a list of songs, which hopefully are songs that you want to listen to. But we can simplify this a bit. A list of songs is a playlist, right? I'm going to call it a playlist. A music collection is really a list of songs as well. It's a playlist that's the order is unimportant. Social data, it's probably other people's playlists, so that's playlists as well. Your listening history, that's a list of songs ordered by time. And audio analysis of songs, that can really be metadata in a playlist as well. So we can simplify things again. A music recommendation engine, playlists go in, processing happens, and a playlist comes out the other end, which is hopefully more interesting than the inputs. So I've been developing a simple piece of software, more of a toolkit, a kit of parts, which works with playlists to implement this red bit in the middle, the process. And first I'm going to explain what I've got, and then I'm going to go into a bit more detail about how it compares to Spotify, for example, and how we can extend it in future. So a playlist, we don't have to worry about apps here. A list of songs is a simple thing. We can represent it as a list of, this is JSON, so this is a list of JSON objects with 5 songs in it. And we can import that into any app we want later on. We can put it into GNOME Music or import it to Spotify or anywhere. The process, this is a pipeline. I'm more of a operating systems developer than a data scientist. So when I think of a process, I think of shell pipelines. So here's a very simple shell pipeline. and it asks the tracker file system indexer for all the songs in my music collection on my computer. Then it shuffles them, picks 5, and then makes the output pretty using this command line tool. And there we go, there's the list. And this is a couple of 100 lines of Python code. Am I going to do a demo already? I think I am. I wanted to do a demo early on so that you had an idea what exactly I'm talking about, what it is and what it isn't, more importantly. So let me see if screen sharing is going to work. I recently upgraded to Pipewire, and it seems to fix screen sharing. Let's see. Share my display. All right, can you see the screen? Excellent. The future is now. So let me show you that same demo from before. One thing I don't have is a list of what I was going to do. But here we go. So I can connect to the tracker database, which has a list of all my songs, and ask it to spit out a list. And here they are. Here's 5 songs in a not very nice format. So maybe I'm going to use the JQ tool to make it more colorful. Oops, now I've got all the songs. But it's more colorful. Mission accomplished. Okay. So these, in case you're not familiar with how Bash works, each of these is a program, right? So CPE is a program, and the full name is Calliope, and tracker is a subcommand, and it's talking to another program on the system, which is the tracker file system indexer, which is part of GNOME. And then this pipe symbol means that we take the output of this and feed it into another program, which is what's responsible for making it more colorful. So this is really powerful. I can take on my list of tracks and I can say, okay, shuffle, give me 5, and then make it colorful. And I forgot to tell it where to read the playlist from. I need to put a dash so that it reads from the standard input. A little bit slower because it has to read all of the tracks and then shuffle them. But there we go. Now I've got 5 songs chosen at random. Okay, I'm going to write that to a file so that I don't have to wait for it every time. There it is in a file. And now I'm going to export it as a M3U playlist, which is a really simple playlist format. Again, I forgot the dash. So any music player app can import this. We just generated a playlist, right? Easy. Okay, let me close the window and go back to the slides. So I haven't talked yet about the playlist format. It's based on an existing format, heavily based on an existing format called XSPF or SPIF. I only changed a few things to make it more suitable for command line processing. So I stopped using XML and switched to using JSON. And rather than using one big JSON object for everything, it uses one JSON object per track, which is much more useful with command line tools because instead of having to wait for the entire object, which might take a year to produce, you can go line by line and cancel when you want to. So XSPF or SPIF is described as a portable playlist format. What does that mean? Traditionally, a playlist was like a list of file paths, which is great if you're on the same computer, but these days music travels. You don't always have the same, you don't always carry a desktop PC around with you to listen to music. So instead of storing a location, it stores the metadata like the creator, the title of the track. And the idea is you have a separate step called resolution, where you resolve the playlist, you find the location of each of the tracks, and then you can listen to it. So Let me show you how that works. I'm going to share my screen again. I'm confident now. Okay, this time I'm going to go on this tab. So here's a list of 5 songs, but it's not got the location information anymore. I'm going to have to do it in this tab. So here's a list of 5 songs. That still does have the location. Okay, which is fine. Let me copy this one to here. Okay, no location anymore. So I can find the location by resolving the content. Let me resolve the content using tracker. Resolve content. Okay, and it's resolved it all to files on my computer. That's pretty simple. What if I want to upload it to somewhere public like YouTube or Spotify? So that's also possible. Again, instead of resolving the content with tracker, you resolve it with Spotify. So I pipe it here. It's got a different name just to annoy you. Resolve instead of resolve content. So this is contacting the Spotify API, and it's come up with a link of Spotify links, except for this song, which I guess isn't on Spotify, so we only have 4 of them. Now I can import the playlist into Spotify. I can upload it. And all being well, let's see if this worked. Now you can see an advert, but here you can see the playlist. It was uploaded. So that's the power of this playlist format, is we're no longer stuck in the 2000s where your music collection lives on your computer. You can create playlists and then upload them to any streaming service. You can create it on one computer, resolve the content on another computer. And that's what the first stage of this project involved, was making a toolkit that was kind of flexible for doing music recommendations and doing research. Okay, so you're thinking that's a good way to shuffle songs, but it hasn't really recommended anything yet more than random choice. So let me go into a little bit more detail about recommendations. The king of music recommendations at the moment is Spotify, I think. They employ a huge number of researchers to generate big machine learning algorithms which listen to music, well, listen in inverted commas, come up with metadata such as how fast it is, how exciting it is, what language it's in, and then they generate playlists based on 9,000 data pipelines, it said, and 500 billion events captured per day. These are Spotify's own figures. So 500 billion events. If they have 250 million users, think how much data they're recording about every user to have 1 trillion events or 500 billion events every day. That's a lot of data that they log about you every time you use it. And with so much experience in research, they know how you're feeling. They know your mood. They know your personality. They know where you live, just based on what you're listening to. How do we compete with Spotify with their 1,600 engineers? Well, the answer is we don't, and we don't really have to either. Just like GNOME manages to compete with Microsoft when there are hundreds of times as many engineers working on Windows as there are on GNOME. A music recommendation algorithm doesn't have to be super complicated. Anything is better than nothing, right? So, we need data. And there's a few data sources. There's actually plenty of data sources we can use. I've screenshotted a few. MusicBrainz is an open project that gives you a lot of information about what record label and lots of data about music. ListenBrainz is a site which again is open, where you can log music you're listening to. Last.fm is another site where you can log what you're listening to, which isn't open. Spotify itself has an API. You can access it for free. You need an API key. So the Spotify demo I did before used my API key. And if you want to do the same things, you need to apply for a free API key as well. You can get their data. You can't scrape all of it, but you can get small amounts. So I want to leave plenty of time for questions, actually. But first, I'm going to show a bit about the exciting things you can do with data from Listen Brains and Last.fm. So if you have a log of what a person's listened to, you can do some fun kind of queries with their data. Let me do one more demo now. And then think carefully about what you want to ask, because I'd like the last part of this talk to be more of a discussion. As you can see, this is a work in progress. It's not something we're going to ship to end users in GNOME next year. I hope that it is something that proves fruitful. I hope that it's research that does produce features that we can ship, but it's not direct. It's not currently aiming to do that. It's not at that stage. It's at a stage where we can play with it, see what's possible, see what's interesting, and later use that to improve recommendations in GNOME. So, like I said, Last.fm is a website which logs things you listen to voluntarily. So you submit what you're listening to, and I can query what I've been listening to, for example. So if I run this command, hopefully it's going to give me a list of the last 5 tracks I've listened to. You can see this is a live demo, so I've typed every command slightly wrong. So the way it works, this has scraped the website beforehand. That all happens automatically. And then it queries the inbuilt SQL database, and it gets the last 5 tracks I've listened to. What else can we do? There's one I ran earlier, which can give you... Here we go. So this one, again, it's querying my Last.fm history. Artists where the first play is within the last 6 months, and I've listened to it 10 times. So this should return all of the artists that I discovered in the last 6 months, and obviously liked, because I wouldn't have listened to them more than 10 times if I didn't like them. Okay. So what you will about my music taste. Finally, we can create a playlist based on the last artists from the last 6 months. So I'm going to have to switch back to the other tab. Hopefully I ran the command on here before, so I don't have to type it again. Here we go. Yeah, so same command. I'm asking the tracker subcommand to expand the list of artists into a list of tracks that are on my local music collection. Takes a little bit of time. This is running on a Raspberry Pi, so it's not the fastest experience. But there we go. Here's all of the tracks that are by artists I've listened to in the last 6 months. I'm going to break that. I wrote it to a file earlier because I thought it would take a while. So there's the same content in a file. And now I can create a 30-minute playlist, shuffled, that contains some of those songs. I would like to talk about the select command because it's very interesting, but there's not time for that today. I'm going to wrap up, and then there'll be a few minutes for questions. So let me end the screen sharing one last time. Let me skip the very interesting content that we didn't have time for, and let me summarize. So recommendation engines are here to stay, not just for music, but I think the expectation for this decade is going to be that the computer suggests things for you. You go on a web browser, it suggests what websites you should look at from your bookmarks and your history. If you open a file browser, it should suggest what you looked at recently. Dropbox already did that. Dropbox already does that. We have the technology to do this in GNOME. We had it 10 years ago to a point, but we haven't really focused on it. And I hope that we're going to start focusing on recommendations again, because I think it's going to become more and more expected. My tiny contribution to this effort is a piece of software called Calliope, which is a research project making simple music recommendations. Here's some links. You can find out more about it. It's on GitLab. It's written in Python, so you can pip install the whole thing and start playing with it immediately. And as I said before, the approach, Calliope itself is going to be about music, but the approach itself, I hope, will be useful for developing video recommenders, web engine recommendation plugins, suggesting apps and GNOME software. At the end of the day, it's a list of items going into a shell pipeline and coming out again. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up there. Let's see if there are any questions, hopefully. So if not, I shall keep talking. I've just realized I never fixed the audio problem, so I can't actually hear if anyone else is speaking. So apologies, don't bother reading the questions. I shall read them. And the first question is, how easy is it to add support for other services? That's a good question. The answer is very easy. So each of these is a couple of 100 lines Python script. And one of the reasons for choosing Python is that most services already have a Python binding. So we don't re-implement anything. We, for example, for Spotify, we use Spotify's official Python wrapper, and we call it, and we simply add a consistent interface and nothing more. So it's really a couple of 100 lines of Python. Usually the most complicated thing is integrating the API keys, but there's ways to do that. And the second question, in the future, would there be some point where the recommendations are available to music players? Is that an eventual goal? Yeah, that's a really good question. So first, I want to make clear again that these are already available to music players because you can export the playlists in any kind of playlist format. So on my local machine, I have some timer units which generate a daily playlist every day, and I can then open that in my media player and play the playlist. So if you've got some technical knowledge and you want to invest some time, then it's already available. Now, the point where it kind of just works is obviously more difficult. One of the biggest roadblocks is that people don't really download music anymore. So I don't see, if we simply build this functionality into GNOME Music, that's interesting, but it's not the whole problem, because most people probably don't have a local music collection for us to recommend. And I don't see there's much point GNOME Music wrapping other like online commercial services, because you can use a web browser to access them. So it would kind of go in tandem, perhaps with some other changes in GNOME Music. Maybe we could, in GNOME Music, partner with some music download sites, encourage people to buy music rather than renting it from streaming services, and in parallel with that, integrate recommendation engines. So the graphical user interface, again, that's a good question. I definitely won't be making any kind of graphical app because I have 1 or 2 hours a week to dedicate to this. So there's a reason it's all done from the command line, because that's much simpler. Because it's all Python, you can use something like IPython, and that gives a bit more access to graphics than the command line itself. But my end goal really is that this would be more of a library eventually, and it would be used by existing apps. Okay. So I hope this was interesting. The next talk, I believe, starts in 1 minute. So I'm going to wrap up. I'm just going to reiterate, if you want to get involved in the project, then have a look at the GitLab project, have a look at the website, chat to me I'm in the GNOME Music channel. So that's a good place to talk about this until there's enough interest that it deserves its own channel. Thanks a lot for listening. Let me see if I can finish presenting. There we go.
Hi all, can you all hear me? Not sure if this is... Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Hi everyone, can you hear me? Okay, I get. Oh, great, thanks. I just have to do this. Okay. Hi everyone. Welcome to my presentation. It's been quite an interesting day. I've listened to quite very interesting talk. Thank you, Sam, for your last talk on the music recommendation. Listen to Robert as well and the Boss Mentorship Program. Just quite interesting. So today I'm going to be talking about moving towards a sustainable open source project. My name is Regina Kemcho Adejoa. Yeah, and I have this image here mainly because I'm going to be focusing on the community part of sustainability. And when I was doing this research, this image was one thing that mainly helped me, I think, would deliver the message more clearly. Okay, next slide. So about me, just a little bit about me. So I'm currently a database engineer at CRED, Sweden. I'm the founder of Prana Initiative. So Prana is mainly an initiative that is helping kids in Africa learn technology through utilizing technology innovation mainly. And I'm currently a board member at the GNOME Foundation. Today I'm going to be talking about, basically, I'm going to try to build a context from the GNOME Foundation project. And I'm going to talk about open source project motivations around building this project. And I'm going to try to talk about why do we need to discuss open source project sustainability? Is it important? Do we really need it? Are there any problems generally? And also I'm going to talk about next steps from different projects and programs that I've seen that have been very good recommendations that we could adopt in different OS projects. So what brought about this topic in the first place? So about 8 years ago, I was a lecturer, software engineering students how to use basically operating system, and I stumbled on a Linux OS. It was my first time at the time hearing the word open source, and I was quite excited at how easy it was. For once, I don't have to deal with licenses of Microsoft, or I don't have to have my desktop remind me to basically remind me of activating my Windows all the time. So it was quite interesting for me at the time, but I had no idea about communities of people that are actually developing this great piece of work. And 3 years ago, I stumbled on the GNOME project, firstly with the Linux App Summit. It was an interesting time for me because then it was like, now I'm face to face with something I've enjoyed for so long, and I'm beginning to meet with people that have used this product or as I've developed this operating system. The excitement for me at the time was, how do I get the open source project into Africa, and how to make sure that people see the project through, of course, the GNOME project. But then reality began 2 years ago when I started the GNOME Africa, and I began to answer questions that I didn't know how to begin to respond to them. Because then the mindset I brought into the open source project was one of volunteering, and I understood collaboration. And there was never a time I felt talking about incentives or stipends was necessary, because the traditional way open source was built did not allow for that. But then every time I have to speak with people about the GNOME project, one of the things I have to deal with the most from different people, surprisingly not just Africans, is what do we get, especially students? What is in it for us? And it dawned on me that there is a gap I need to begin to look into. And basically that's what brought about this topic, and having to do researches on sustainability of open source projects. What is there, basically, what has been going on, right? Before starting this talk, I feel like it's important to talk a little bit about the GNOME Foundation project, just in the most basic way. So Robert has done a very good description of what the GNOME Foundation is about, but I'll just add a little bit, which is basically what we're doing at the moment is building a diverse and sustainable free software computing ecosystem. And with the new release of GNOME 40, which is very, very a good experience at the time, with the little reviews that I've read online. So the GNOME Foundation, as I found, is based on these 4 attributes, and that's basically what has kept it standing for this long. That it believes that everyone should be able to enjoy open source software, distribute them freely, that we are connected irrespective of the fact that we are GNOME Foundation, that we work with other open source projects to build different open source products, and that we are independent people, we are diverse board, and we have diverse supporters as well, and also we are people focused, so we are thinking about how to see that software is translated into different languages. Yeah. And just a little bit into what we are made of. So this is basically like a description of who we are in the GNOME Foundation projects. Like I said at the beginning, I'm using this to create a context for this discussion. So we have employees and contractors, we have the executive director, we have board of directors, and then we have the GNOME Foundation members, which makes like a large population of the GNOME Foundation, right? Bearing in mind that not everyone is a GNOME Foundation member, and the numbers are quite larger than what we have at the moment. And there are different channels of contributing to the GNOME project. So we have documentation. If, for example, you like to write documentation about softwares or coding. Philippe, is there a problem? I think I heard your voice. Okay, I'll just continue. If you want to contribute to coding, or you want to be part of the marketing, which is the engagement team, or basically you want to help with translations, yeah. So having discussed all of this about the GNOME Foundation project, I began to dig into veterans open source contributors in the past. Yeah, I mean, we can't discuss sustainability without looking at what has been there prior to now. And I began to research what are the motivations of developing this wonderful piece of work that I too have become a part of, and I want other people to become a part of it. I did a little bit of research work, and I see that some projects were, most of the projects that I come across were built out of authenticity of where Eric, for example, said he developed the Read for Docs software documentation out of love for technology and to make impact in the area of documentation. Others say that because we have the GitHub that allows for collaboration and diverse code, and that's why they have developed open source projects. I found an interesting research from Andre. We said the reason why he decided to make his project open source was mainly because he wanted people who would help support it, and also possibly like a continuous development, because at the time he didn't have enough time to continue with this project. I also looked at in-house motivations as regards the GNOME project and other motivations as regards other projects, just to be able to build the premise where sustainability can begin to thrive in the GNOME project and of course in open source projects. For example, I looked at the motivation behind the GNOME projects that right now, and I spoke to a few people. One of them was Federico, and he said that the motivation behind the GNOME libraries was mainly to write applications out of smaller parts and 100% free software stacks for writing graphical programs, including desktop. I also looked at Jessica, which she contributed to open source Code of America, sorry. And she said the value that she found in contributing to open source is more of a common knowledge that cannot be overestimated, in her words. So that we must do better. We need all the ideas from all the people. Our context was talking more of the diversity she had come to see in open source projects and how it had helped her, learn more about open source tools and, grow our career. And she interestingly said that we need an open source for everyone, which captured my interest, not just for the privileged and not even just for the developed, everybody. Another one I found interesting is with David, who is the creator of the Ruby on Rails. He said open source has been such an incredible force for quality and community, exactly because it is not being defined in market terms, meaning that the open source project is basically not founded on that of business, and that's why it has thrived until today. This basically helps me to dig in further. Then talk about sustainability. If we want to build something, how do we begin to find the issues around sustainability? And then I searched for definitions of sustainability that would sink into what I'm trying to talk about today and why it's a concern and why we need to begin to look at this aspect of sustainability. And I found this from the Margaret University. It says sustainability means meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this cuts across technology, across every phase of life, mainly. So in the open source context, we are trying to talk about having to keep open source the way it is, because I too have enjoyed from open source, but also be able to think towards how do we expand the way it is, that we do not break the beauty of open source. I mean, the beauty of open source brought me here. The fact that I could teach students way back Linux operating system without having to bother about licenses issues, the fact that I could impact students coming into technology at that time in an institution that possibly do not have all the necessity that would have been required at the time to teach such a course. I don't want that to go away. The source, the sweetness we have in open source is the ability that people can actually people can develop this product and everybody can use it. But then how do we ensure that this source is kept for the future generations? And that's basically why I began to ask myself some questions. Like, why do we need to discuss open source project sustainability? I mean, we've talked about different motivations in my previous slides. We've talked about the necessity of love of building this softwares. Is it not sustainable enough? There are success stories from research that open source have helped to create fast technology innovation, that has helped to develop newcomers tech skills. We can listen to examples of different newcomers that are coming to open source that have developed their skills, gained their careers, and began to grow. It has helped to build career portfolios. You can look at the GitHub, you can look at the GitLab. So these success stories of open source, do we really need to start thinking of sustainability? I mean, this is enough sustainability methods. Why are we now talking about sustainability, right? Knowing fully well that open source project is rooted in the culture of voluntarism and collaboration. We do not want to take this away. But then I thought about it. Why not we discuss open source sustainability? There are things behind the scenes I found from research that we are not looking at. No wonder people easily find it easy to approach me and tell me I want to contribute, but how will I be helped in my contribution? And one of the things I found from research is lack of mentors' motivation. Mentors' motivation programs are not something that is very well done these days around open source. So mentors are asked to not just write programs, not just write softwares, but also use the free time also to teach new people coming in on how to use the softwares. It's not realistic enough. And so because of this, we have newcomers coming in to the project and leaving the project because they do not have the exact support as required. I mean, I've built the software. I shouldn't be compelled to teach someone else on how to use it. So this is one of the reasons, I think, why not we begin to discuss open source sustainability. Also, I found about low ambitions. There's not enough money to fuel open source projects. I looked at the research on different annual donations from what open source project gets from individuals and corporations. It's not enough to keep the project running. And so then we need to begin to discuss about the open source project sustainability. I also looked at loss of qualified labor, and this is not basically the labor we're losing at the moment. I'm particularly about the labor that we've not even harvested, we've not seen, we've not been able to build them up. That is newcomers that are not yet been given the opportunity to be in, contribute to the GNOME project or any open source project for that. And then so I looked up at volunteer burnout. So volunteers now come into open source from research and they just come for a short time because, it's their free time and they have to think of the real life, which needs money. And so they do it for them to build their portfolio and to get a job. And once they get a job, the contribution stops. So all of this mentioned are important things we need to begin to look at. These are issues happening behind the scenes, and we need to begin to think about how we should make this project sustainable for us to begin to have new people, for people to begin to have people stay in the project out of the authenticity of actually building this project, which comes from a place of love, impact, and collaboration. And so I looked at different perspectives of open source projects, the different sustainability perspective. I stated at the beginning of this talk that I'm going to be focusing on the community side of things. And so there's an economic perspective, and this basically is if an open software project ensures lower total cost of ownership and high added value through different programs and strategies. So it's expected that open source projects are supposed to have programs and strategies that would help us to stay at the place of value. And the community perspective is basically if we as open source projects successfully attract and retain newcomers. This is important, and I like this more in my next slide. And the code perspective is basically the aspect of maintainability if OS projects conform to modular and extensible architecture. That is, internal structure and data flow are minimal or not affected by new or modified functionalities. So drilling down to basically what I want to really focus on for this talk, that's the open source software communities and sustainability. So open source software basically has been identified from research as a strategy for implementing a long-term sustainable software systems. And basically, communities are the heartbeat of an open source project. So communities are is at the center of how open source thrives or fails. And I found an interesting quote from Henry Zhu, who is the maintainer of the JS compiler for Babel. He said, "The culture of our community should give back and support community projects with all that they can, whether with employee time or funding, instead of just embracing the consumption of open source and ignoring the cost. We should take responsibilities for its sustainability." The we in this context basically got me to think, who are the we mainly? The we, should it be the maintainers and contributors of this project? The we, should it be the project governance committees? The we, should it be mainly or just corporations that are benefiting from open source? And from research, I found that this is not a word, this is not to be done in silos. This is a we that encompasses everybody, every one of us that authentically loves the open source project and we want to keep it working, want to keep it thriving. We all should take responsibility for its sustainability. I, for one, want to be able to see open source outlive myself and have my kids also, see the beauty of open source. So it becomes a thing of not more like a choice, but a burden that we have to carry and see how we can help open source thrive. When I try to finish my talk, I looked also at next steps towards open source project sustainability. And these next steps mainly are ideas that are found in different projects. Next steps necessarily at this point is not next steps for immediate actions. These are basically next steps of things that I've seen that are working and are thriving. But then next steps could just be conceiving the idea in our different communities and begin to think of programs and strategies, things we can do. Having to help the mindset, the traditional mindset of sustaining open source, gradually accept this new mindset that sustainability and funding is important. So I looked at the OS, open source software governance, and it has been found from research that the leadership of open source softwares are at the forefront of any sustainability strategy. So for sustainability to thrive in any open source project, the leadership should take the lead in these strategies. So it's more like developing support strategies. This is quite a bit of a dicey research as at the time I was having this research, because then, remember I said at the beginning, their authenticity of building open source projects, there are cultures that we do not want to let go of. We want to be able to leave those cultures the way they are, but then expand into strategies that helps keep the culture and then form a base, and not basically leaving out the base, but working on the base to be more strengthened, if you know what I mean. So developing the strategy comes from the innermost part of the community, trying to find replicable kind of projects. So for example, we all know that the GTK project for GNOME, for example, is a replicable project that is used across different projects as well. So strategies need to be developed for replication, for multiplication, for collaboration, right? And these strategies is kind of peculiar to different open source projects, because every open source project kind of have different pieces of their projects that form as this strengthening of the base of the open source software that they are basically working on. And also diversity is important in this aspect, because then you need a blend of the old and the new. So the old here is people that have been in the open source project for so long, that have built a mindset around open source, that are careful to see that we are not distorting the culture that has kept open source up until now. And the people that basically are excited about the growth of open source and want to see that the impacts are made. The blend of these two, depending on, this is independent of the race or the culture, but the blend of these two type of people bringing diversity into the leadership of open source, and it can begin to talk about realistic strategies that you could help to build supports for open source project sustainability. I also looked at programs like open source programs and events basically that are thriving, and I see as a platform that could help sustainability in future, basically. One is the Outreach project, and which is an internship basically that has helped quite a number of people around to gain skills around open source and expose them to contributing to open source, which basically is important. The important factor here is basically that the stipend is given to these people, and so they have an idea that I can do open source and get a stipend, which is a very sustainable program. I also found a program online which was Stripe, which basically paid contributors to contribute full-time to open source project, which was about $77,500, which basically also I see that's a good program initiative as well. One interesting event I think that would be a very good sustainable one in the future is the collaboration within the KDE and the GNOME project for the Linux App Summit, where we are beginning to build some sort of synergy around desktop software, and this would help bring in newer ideas from diverse different software perspective, and also bring in newer side of funding, collaborations in the future. And of course, the GNOME Community Challenge as well was one that helped people to discover. Listening to the boss team today is an example of what that project will be sustainable for future newcomers to come into open source. So I also found building awareness. It was quite interesting to find that in the open source projects, quite a number of people already feels like we don't really need to do much around awareness of our projects, because if we feel like they know already about it. I think it's the time we begin to reconnect with key stakeholders, startups, public stakeholders, basically advocating about the projects, talking about the issues we are currently facing around funding, around the projects earlier enough, so that we can begin to mitigate the risks of having to have issues with funds in the future. I also found crowdfunding, and this aspect of crowdfunding for me basically is in an aspect of a project, basically, and I give an example with the Django project, basically. So it's like an aspect of a project that is picked out of the bunch of the projects that would require some sort of funds, and we could come together to have this project funded, rather than having it lie bare with no one actually working on it. I'm going to be kind of ending my talk with this quote I found from Andre, which was one of the SHIP grantee. He said, "Publishing and contributing to open source is going to continue happening," which is the truth, regardless of whether I am getting paid for it or not. But will it be slow? But it will be slow and unfocused, which is fine. It is how open source work has always worked. But it doesn't need to be this way. The aspect I'm drawing out from this quote is the fact that it doesn't have to be this way. We can begin to look at issues behind the scenes that we are facing, begin to take actions, building programs, building strategies for funding, building strategies to keep people, bringing new people into the open source community. The talent you've not is way bigger than the talent you think you've seen, because then you can't measure. You don't have an idea of the talents you have out there that you have not been able to basically look into. And to end my talk today, I feel to end with a quote from Maya Angelou. I picked the last part of this quote. The full quote says that you should do better until you know better. But then when you know better, we should do better. Thank you very much. I'll be available to take questions now.
Hey, Regina, thank you so much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the questions, but if there is any questions coming at the shared notes, feel free to write down the answers over there.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kristen.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you see and hear us? Welcome to our talk.
We're a little early, but that doesn't mean we can't chat a little bit.
Isn't 3:40 when it begins?
Oh, 3:40. Yeah.
3:40!
Is there someone who, like, should we just start? Luna is saying, I think we should just start. And Ikanch too. Thanks. Great. Well, we're so glad that you're here at our talk at GUADEC. Marina and I are here to talk about 10 years of outreachy.
Hi,
me.
welcome.
Oh, yeah. So we're gonna start by introducing ourselves. So I'm Karen Sandler. I see a lot of really of familiar names that make me smile in this sidebar, but there are a lot of people I don't know too. So I'm going to give a really quick introduction to me and why I love software freedom so much, which is that I have a pacemaker defibrillator and I have a heart condition, and I'm at a very I'm totally fine, but I'm at a high risk of suddenly dying. So I have a defibrillator and it keeps me safe. But the way that that defibrillator works isn't always as it's intended because for a variety of reasons. And living with this device has made me really passionate about the safety of our software because I literally have software in my body that I can't see the source code to. And seeing how it over time shocked me unnecessarily, really drove home the proposition that our software may not be made exactly for us. And what are we going to do about that? We're really going to be in trouble if we don't have access to our software and the ability to modify and control it. And so because of that, I am executive director of the Software Freedom Conservancy, which is the home of many different free and open source software projects, and also the home of Outreachy, which we will be discussing more about.
Hi, everyone. And as we kind of said before, like, I'm Marina Zharahinskaya, and 15 years ago, I joined Red Hat. And the reasons that I joined Red Hat then was to work on a social network project. And then later, 2 years later, Red Hat decided that that was not a core competency for the company. And I moved back with people who started that project into the desktop team. And that's how I ended up working on GNOME and really loved the community, the sense of this international collaboration that was going on, coming to so many GUADECs. And I also had a chance to serve on the GNOME Foundation board. And Outreachy has everything to do with me now working full-time on diversity, equity, and inclusion at Red Hat. So I relaunched Outreach Program for Women in GNOME in 2010. And then in 2015, I moved from being a software engineer and doing some GNOME community management to a full-time role on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm happy to be a part of Red Hat's DI team right now.
I slipped this photo in to embarrass Marina, but this is a picture. I didn't say in my introduction that I used to be executive director of the GNOME Foundation, which I loved. It was so much fun. And this is a picture of me and Marina back at the 2012 GUADEC, where I had the distinct privilege of being able to give her the Pants Award, largely for her work on Outreach, or an outreach program for women, and all of her work on diversity, equity, inclusion in the community. And it was like so wonderful. And I wanted to put this in particular because it shows how our relationship is founded in GNOME, and also that Outreachy, which has become such an important initiative that we've both dedicated so much of our lives to, has its roots in GNOME, and for a good reason.
Yeah, Karen, this was like such a highlight of our collaboration. And then looking back, this was only the beginning.
It's so true. I was pregnant, 9 months pregnant in that photo too. So I look at that and it's wild. It was a great GUADEC also. Put a note in the chat if you were at that GUADEC in 2012 in Spain. So Marina, tell us, Outreachy was started for women.
Yes, that's how I got involved. So generally speaking, the and even before I got involved. So generally speaking, we know that in technology industry as a whole, in different countries, there are anywhere between 10 and 34% women who are part of the industry. And one of the pieces of data that we have for free software is about 3% of contributors are women and 1% of contributors are non-binary people. Going back to 2006, really the origins of Outreach or its predecessor, Women's Summer Outreach Program, there were about 180 applications for Google Summer of Code with GNOME, and none of them appeared to be from women. And that's when Hannah Wallach, Chris Ball, and Vincent Unz started this Women's Summer Outreach Program to specifically attract and call out women to participate on and work on GNOME projects. And they had a lot of interest and had 6 interns participating in that 2006 program. And we have a slide, a poster for it, right? That was created by Maureen Duffy, who's done a lot more great artwork for Outreach as it continued. And then there were a couple years that the program did not continue for a couple years. And then this was this desktop summit for GNOME and KDE communities together that really foreshadowed everything and kind of gave another push. And both Karen and I was there. So Karen tells me she's not in the picture, and we didn't know each other then, but we kind of experienced the events that pushed us together from different vantage points. You could spot me as a bright spot in the center of this picture, but in many ways there are only a few women. Another person who was there is Stormy Peters, and she was the executive director of GNOME at the time, and she played a really big role in supporting me in starting or reviving the outreach program for women in 2010.
Raise your hand in the chat if you're in this photo or at the desktop summit. And if I met you there, because they're looking at the photo, there are so many people who became really, really good friends that are in that photo. But if you look at this photo, you can kind of see that it's a bit homogeneous, not a particularly diverse group of people. And so picking up the program, yeah, Federico mentions that, yeah, you were definitely there. I saw you in the picture. Yeah, so this is the flyer for the very first round of what we can. So when we talk about the history of Outreach, our program, we consider that it started with the 2010 round that picks up here. And so this is that very first flyer for the round.
Yeah, and in those early days, we focused on women, and we also started hosting women's dinners at GUADEC, and here are some of the pictures. And very appropriately, this has evolved into newcomers dinners and diversity and inclusion dinners. As diversity, equity, and inclusion activities across the industry, it's very appropriate that things have evolved to be supporting diversity more broadly, and we'll talk about how outreach has evolved. But these are some of the pictures from those early years.
And I know I keep saying this, but especially if you're in one of these photos or if you've attended one of those events, let us know in the chat. It's so fun. I sort of feel like we get to heckle ourselves in the chat while we talk. So when we started the program in 2010, we decided to make the criteria for anyone, so the people who were eligible for the program were anyone who identifies as a woman, which we had originally decided to use as a way of being inclusive. And it's a little cringeworthy now because we realize that in fact using language like that was actually exclusionary. And so as we went along in the program, we learned and we decided to be a lot more to bring clarification and also to open the program up to gender diversity. So in 2014, we changed the text to, actually, I think it was before 2014, come to think of it, but like 2013, 2014, it was.
We were evolving things. We were really definitely evolving things every round.
Yeah, for sure. And so we opened it to women, cis and trans men, and genderqueer people. And then we became increasingly uncomfortable with that as it as the time went by, and you'll see that if you take a look at our current invitation language, we're even more inclusive. But what was great about this is that because we were building this diverse community, we had a lot of people who were helping us to understand how to make our program best be and reach the people that we needed to reach. And at the same time, we realized that gender diversity wasn't the only issue that we needed to tackle.
And so around 2015, a lot of technology company has started releasing their demographic diversity data. And specifically in the United States, they were releasing participation by race and ethnicity of like how many people in technical roles they have. And that shows that there were about up to 3% Black people in technical roles and up to 4% Latinx people in technical roles in technology company. And that, like, we all knew based on our experience that there were even fewer people from those underrepresented groups in free software. By that time, we were closely connected with Cindy Payares, who was one of the Outreachy alums, and also Tony Sebro. Karen had a close collaboration with Tony. He was as a general counsel for Software Freedom Conservancy. And Tony and Cindy, they have helped us expand the program, define the language, do the outreach, and invite people from racial and ethnic groups underrepresented in the technology industry in the United States to participate in the program.
And yet, over time, we realized that maybe opening up the program simply to narrow groups that we thought should be included, we realized that was quite limiting. And figuring out how to expand the program from geography to geography was very difficult from both a legal and logistical perspective. Figuring out what makes sense is difficult. And so we had we completely rejiggered the program's eligibility a few years ago, where we changed to this criteria: anyone who faces underrepresentation, systemic bias, or discrimination in the tech industry of their country can apply, which is quite broad. But the way that we handle that is that we have an essay where we invite people to tell us about the discrimination they face. So we understand that we may not understand all of the ways in which people can be discriminated against and how it might impact them. And so anyone who writes a compelling essay is eligible. It's a lot of work to evaluate these essays where people write about the barriers they faced. We tell people not to worry about their grammar or if English is their second language. It doesn't matter how it's written, just tell us about your experiences. And so it is a lot of work to read all of these essays, but it's so worth it because now we're really sure that the program is reaching people who need to reach. And I have to tell you that reading these essays, these eligibility essays, are, sometimes they're so moving. I have cried on more than one occasion in reading them. And it just brings home the point that the program is so needed and that the people who are receiving these opportunities, really, really need them. And it really makes a lot of sense. So yeah, so this is a logo for a free software project, and I'm going to give a gold star to anyone who can figure out what this logo is, while Marina is telling this story about how. Yeah, go ahead, Marina.
Yeah, and so by that time in 2011. Karen became the executive director of the GNOME Foundation, and she brought all the wonderful connections that she had across free software world and suggested that we expand the program to include other free software communities. And Twisted Project, which did I just give away the answer?
You did, but nobody got it. It was Twisted, everybody.
Twisted Project, which is one of another Software Freedom Conservancy member projects, was interested in participating, and that was our pilot run. Was just Twisted offering internships in outreach program for women alongside GNOME. And then we've added more projects. Wikimedia, Mozilla, OpenStack started participating. Linux kernel started participating in 2013, and Sage Sharp, who's played a humongous role in the program and we'll talk about Sage later, but they have brought Linux kernel and served as a coordinator for Linux kernel starting in 2013. And then there were all these wonderful projects. We went on to, as of right now, we've had 129 free software communities offer internships through outreach. Not all at the same time, perhaps about 30 or so communities per round these days. But we've definitely been a microcosm in the free software ecosystem.
Now, as Outreach was expanding to so many more communities, and it was really exciting that that was happening, the logistical burden of the program became really, really high. And the number of, along with the number of interns being created, the number of communities being added, there were also a number of sponsors, and the workload became really, really high. And there was one point where it was after I had left as executive director of the GNOME Foundation, just recently, we had a delay between when some of the sponsorship funding came in and when the interns were paid out, and this was shared with the community and suddenly inflated to the press of the GNOME Foundation has been bankrupted by Outreach Program for Women. And it was this like huge press situation, which was really something that was more of a success crisis or a liquidity crisis for the organization. And so for the record and for the history, yeah, some people are remembering it in the chat. For the history, the GNOME Foundation was never bankrupt. And in fact, the Outreach Program for Women included a sponsorship component to it, that an administrative fee. So the amount that GNOME took in from the program actually helped the GNOME finances. So it worked out well. But at the same time, it was a really good hint that the program was perhaps outgrowing the GNOME Foundation, and that maybe it was time for the program to think about its next step.
And then looking back at all the different changes that we've made, one of them could be shown through the logos that we've used for the program. And this was the first program that we used for the Outreach Program for Women in 2010. Maureen Duffy created it, and we loved the energy, and we can do it. We can kick our way in energies that this logo had. Over time, we learned that displaying the bottom of the foot like that is rude in some of the cultures. And also the program was evolving and to include free software communities beyond GNOME. So the next logo for the program was created by Lian Su-Yu, who was one of the interns in the program. And I should give credit to Hilke Bones, who created the robot at the center, but then Lianza took this together into a complete logo that we used while the program was still at GNOME Foundation, but included multiple free software communities. And then our current logo was created in 2015 when we both moved from from GNOME Foundation to Software Freedom Conservancy, and we also expanded beyond gender diversity to support racial and ethnic diversity. And it has served us really well since that, this logo being an all-inclusive. And like, I think one of the other things that we learned then is that name change is not all that scary, and sometimes can be appropriate when it means that you are becoming more inclusive. That's a really good reason for a name change. And this logo was created by Marie Nordin, who was an Outreach alum, and her mentor, Maureen Duffy.
I really love the way that stairs are incorporated into this logo. So it's like giving like an entryway up to people who are coming into the program, and then into the rest of their life. Oh, someone's saying that Hades is saying that the Outreachy name has grown on them. Hooray! Okay, and this is our current flyer.
Post.
Sorry.
And you can see that we still call out all the specific demographics that we're really inviting to apply, but are also making it broader. And we're really relying on champions across the world to encourage people from groups that are underrepresented in their geography to encourage more people to apply.
So the program would not be, we wouldn't be able to run it if we didn't have the money to run it. And so I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the sponsors of the program. There are a lot more sponsors than are listed here. I mostly just included sponsors that have either been like, a recent or a long time and particularly committed. I especially want to highlight Google and Red Hat. Google was a sponsor of the program from the 2006 round. And then again, when it was rebooted in 2010, and then every single round ever since then, Google has been a sponsor. And then also working with us to kind of make the best of GSOC and Outreachy together has been really, really amazing. I also really want to highlight Red Hat. In addition to being a financial sponsor round after round after round of Outreachy over the decade plus, they also contributed Marina's time, and I think the program simply would not have happened if it weren't for Red Hat contributing Marina's time. And so I think both of those sponsors just are in this special niche for really making the program what it is. And then I also am highlighting some of the grant makers that are more recent sponsors of the program, because it's really great that that we're bringing that stability to the program through getting foundation granting as an important component of Outreachy's success.
Yeah, and thank you, Karen, for getting those grants and writing those grant applications.
Well, it was worth it, because tell us how it's all worked out, Marina.
It's working out well, and I think we're poised for even more growth now, and that's thanks to Sage, and I'll talk about that soon too. We've had 780 successful participants. 80 of them have been with GNOME. Please say hi in the chat if you've participated in outreach program for women or Outreachy with GNOME or with any other community in any way. And we've had a 96% internship success rate. And the reason for that is that we have that requirement that people need to work on free software contributions that's relevant to the projects that they're applying to work on during the application process. And we really do encourage mentors to only accept people who have really impressed them and shown that they have the skills that they need to succeed and grow in the project. However, once people are accepted, we recognize that there is a responsibility that we are a source of income for them for the duration of the internship. We treat the program more as a fellowship in the sense that it is a learning opportunity. And once mentors decide to accept an intern, we ask them to work with the intern at the skill level that they have to help them make the most of this internship. And Outreachy alums, like we have more stats in the future, in the next slides, but generally speaking, they went on to organize local tech initiatives, a lot of local mentorship initiatives. They become leaders serving on nonprofit foundation boards, for example, getting fellowships, winning awards. And one of the things that we really noticed with the program, and something we're very proud of, is by bringing people from different cultures, we help them develop empathy for people from other marginalized groups that they might not have been aware of what barriers people encounter or might not have been sensitive to before.
We recently did a longitudinal survey where we asked graduates of the program, we asked our alums where they are now and how the program impacted them. And from that response, we put together some pretty exciting statistics. Before they participated in Outreachy, 12% of the respondents were employed, and after it was 61%. Now, not everybody is necessarily looking for employment after Outreachy or even before, because some are students or doing something else, but it's a pretty impressive jump. 96% of our alums continue to use free software, and 80% of them contribute, which I think is like the hugest success. 80% of our grads continue to contribute to free and open source software, which is really the whole goal of the program. Over half have given a conference presentation about free software, which means that that's hundreds and hundreds, we've had 780 people participate. Hundreds of people have given, are experts to the point where they've given conference presentations, which I think is super cool. And 98% of the students who are alums use free software in their school projects, and 67% wind up contributing as part of student projects, which I think is really, really important because so much of free software has been sustained through student involvement, and the future of free software is often driven by student involvement. 84% of the alums that were employed use free software as a part of their job, and 44% contribute as part of their job, which I think is really so awesome. I'll kick it to you, Marina.
Yeah, and one of the things that we love about Outreach is seeing our participants go on to become mentors for Outreach themselves and Google Summer of Code and other initiatives. So about 30 interns have become Outreach mentors. About 10 interns became Outreach coordinators, so coordinating the whole community's participation in Outreach. And from the longitudinal survey, we also know that 24% of interns became volunteers that work with Outreach applicants. So encourage other people to apply. Word of mouth is really big for Outreach, as well as any additional promotions that we're doing, because we want to balance the word of mouth with reaching for people who don't have that connection in yet. And 39% of interns became mentors in some capacity after their internship. And one of the things that we're both, Karen and I, love talking about is how we have interns who grant mentors, which means that they've mentored somebody in Outreach, and then their mentee became a mentor in Outreach themselves.
I'm really pleased to report that that this round is our biggest round ever. We started the program with about 6 interns per round, and now the current round has 71 interns, which we really tried to grow the program a little bit more, because during the pandemic it became clear that folks that were subject to bias and who are underrepresented were less likely to have those comfortable tech jobs that make it safer to weather the pandemic at home. And basically the pandemic exacerbated the inequalities that were already present in our society. And so we decided to dig deep in our pockets and to try to also do additional fundraising to grow the program and to provide more internships. And so that's one of the reasons why we were dedicated to grow the program. We don't want to grow too quickly because we want to make sure that each internship is a good experience for each intern that comes in the program, but we're doing our best to try to provide as many opportunities as we can.
Yeah, and I've had a chance to mention Sage Sharp a couple times already. They first got involved in Outreach when they brought on Linux kernel as a participating community in 2013, and Sage served as a coordinator for Linux kernel's participation. And then they, alongside me and Karen, became one of the founding members of the Outreach Project Leadership Committee when Outreach joined Conservancy in 2015. Sage had an opportunity to become a contractor for Outreach and help us organize Outreach and really help us scale and become so much more automated with an application system that was designed for the flow of the Outreach's application process. And then very excitingly, last year, Sage became a full-time employee working on Outreach at Software Freedom Conservancy. Sage is a senior director for diversity and inclusion at Software Freedom Conservancy. One of the brilliant things that Sage did for Outreach most recently was a couple years ago, separate our application process into 2 phases. Like phase 1, when people are writing those essays that we've shared with you before, and then once people who have wrote compelling essays are accepted, everybody has 5 weeks to contribute to a project, and that has created a much more level playing field where people are able to kind of think ahead and prepare for how to create a free software contribution. And then there's not people who are doing things last minute, because it's really built into this 2-phase application process that people are applying for Outreachy and taking that time to work with mentors.
One of the things that we were able to do since Sage came on full-time, which incidentally, Sage was the first full-time employee that Conservancy hired for one of its member projects, and so that's a pretty exciting milestone as well. But one of the things we were able to accomplish is that we were able to establish kind of a scholarship fund for humanitarian communities that wanted to join Outreachy. So the way it normally works is that communities that want to join Outreachy have to find funding for at least one intern in order to participate. And that's a huge hurdle, especially for software communities that are humanitarian focused. And so we've been able to establish some funding to be able to get those communities to participate, even if they don't have funding. And it really forwards the goal that Outreachy has to help diversify free and open source software projects, particularly ones that are really focused on making the on working in the public good and making the world better. And really, I think what you've heard from us is that our, Outreachy has really evolved in so many key ways over the years. We've learned a lot, and we've changed a lot, and we'll keep changing. Some people have been mentioning in the chat about feedback they've had over the years or feedback that they have now. Free and open source software stands for the proposition that no one and nothing is perfect. And so we expect that we'll keep improving, because that's what we'll have to do in order to make software freedom inclusive and to bring software freedom to more people.
And we'd like to thank a few people who've played a big role in Outreachy. Cindy, Payaris, and Tony, they have served as project leadership committee members for Outreachy. Sage has made Outreachy what it is right now. And Anna is always a contractor working with Outreachy for the last couple of years as well. And together with Sage, they have really created a very supportive community for participants of the program, with bi-weekly Zulip chats and assignments to think about different topics, such as career growth or adjusting expectations. So Anna has been really helpful in getting Outreachy to where it is right now as well. Rosanna, it's wonderful to see you here. And Rosanna has done so much for Outreachy with the administrative work as it was grown at the GNOME Foundation. And then Felipe and Christy, they've agreed to step up to be coordinators for Outreachy a year ago, for coordinators for GNOME's participation in Outreachy a year ago. And I'm so thankful that they're taking over from me, guiding GNOME's participation in Outreachy. And also thank you to all the GNOME mentors, everybody who has mentored 80 interns with GNOME. And I'm surely hoping for many more. Please be a mentor for Outreachy. And you can learn more about GNOME's participation in Outreachy on this wiki page, and you can also learn more about Outreachy itself on its website. And so we're about to start a call for participation for communities and mentors. We're looking for mentors to sign up through the end of August with projects that they will be offering. So keep an eye out on GNOME's communication channels like mailing lists and Discourse for the call for mentors. And also we'll have an application process and that phase 1 process that's going to have a deadline probably sometime in early September. So if you are a person from a group that's underrepresented in the technology industry of your country, and perhaps like you don't have a full-time job and you haven't had an opportunity to be paid to contribute to free software, Outreachy could be a great opportunity for you, or if you know somebody like that, please encourage them to apply.
And while we're getting to the end of our presentation, I want to underscore that we have that expression of GNOME is people, and it's some people think it's a little cheesy of an expression, but it's not a coincidence that Outreachy has its roots in the GNOME community. It's such a supportive and wonderful community, and I know that I wouldn't have met Marina, and Outreachy wouldn't be what it is if it weren't for GNOME. So thanks to everybody, and for everybody who's new to this community, this is a wonderful place to be, and you are in the right place. So thank you for listening to us. Outreachy and Conservancy are charities, and or Conservancy is a charity, and Outreachy is a part of Conservancy. So if you have the means to do so, please think about donating to the program. It helps create more internships and run the program. And while you're at it, GNOME is a charity too. And if you haven't become a friend of GNOME, you should become a friend of GNOME because they do this great conference, right? GUADEC is so awesome. And thanks to the organizers of the conference, doing the second online GUADEC in a row, it is not easy. And the fact that you do it with free software is just really, really awesome. So I think we have like 3 minutes. So we might have time for a question or two if folks have them. But if you don't, we can tell more anecdotes. We cut out so much from this talk. It was so hard to get it down to the 40 minutes. Oh, in shared notes, are there questions in the shared notes? Okay, there aren't any yet. They're loading. Oh my gosh, there's so many.
Is there any chance we will get less programming stuff in Outreachy for non-programmers, like translations, writing, documentation, design, sysadmin stuff, etc.? We always push and encourage and just like sprinkle love on projects that are not coding projects. So anyone who could be a mentor for such projects, please propose them. And across the board in Outreachy, we do have some such projects. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to read the second question of any ideas on how we can help Outreachy and diversity in general in places where ethnic, racial information is not available or allowed. Like, for example, France. There are murky laws around diversity and inclusion programs, and they do vary from place to place. And so one of the reasons why our eligibility is based on people telling us telling us why they need an opportunity means that it's not about their ethnic or racial information. And so I think that's one of the reasons why Outreachy works in its current iteration. And I think that there are other ways that we can continue to help diversity and inclusion in different places. And I think that some of the changes that have been made in software communities for Outreachy are things that help everyone. So things like, identifying mentors and creating introductory bugs, things that you might do for folks that need that extra help to get started because they are pressed for time or they don't know where to start, or they haven't been given this kind of support earlier in their trajectory. Like all of those things help everyone. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, and just exactly what you said, that we hear from individuals about their experience, right? So whether or not somebody can talk about it, like another example that I can bring up is a caste system in India, where it's also taboo to discuss it, as far as I understand. But it's something that people can bring up in their essay to Outreachy, and that's completely confidential. So people just are able to share their personal experiences. And so if you know somebody who has had a bad experience, you can help them in many ways by supporting their participation in free software and in the technology industry, but more specifically, you can encourage them to apply for Outreachy or find places that are inclusive.
I also want to mention that we don't keep our data historically, so we don't keep the essays or other information that that people send us after the application process is over. But Luna is saying the time is up, ding ding. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening to us, for being a part of GNOME, being a part of Outreachy, and we hope this is a conversation that we continue to have and that we'll talk about 20 years of Outreachy 10 years from now.
That sounds exciting. Well, thanks everybody. It was amazing to see everybody who's chimed in chat as well. And yeah, I'm just looking at shared notes that there was one more question. Moving towards maintaining a sustainable open source project. Oh, that's from previous talk.
Yeah, I think we
All
should.
right. Well,
yeah. Thanks,
care.
everybody.
Bye.
That was the last talk for today in track 2. There will be a keynote in track 1 in a couple of minutes.